The U.S. Open, America's championship, celebrates its centennial. Over the past 100 years, it has evolved into golf's most demanding test. A century ago, Shinnecock Hills, site of this year's Open, helped form the United States Golf Association. Its vision, to conduct a true national championship. 100 years, the evolution of legends. A tapestry as rich as any in sport. America, 1895. A 20-year-old Englishman, Horace Rawlins, became the first U.S. Open champion. By 1930, the game's dominant player was an American. Bobby Jones created an impregnable monument, winning the Open on his way to the sport's only Grand Slam. Jones' legacy took shape in the games of those who sought to emulate. First, Ben Hogan, like Jones, a four-time champion. One of his titles followed a near-fatal car crash. Then Arnold Palmer solidified and extended America's romance with golf. He won his only U.S. Open when he drove the par 4 first to set off a final round explosion. Palmer gave way to Jack Nicklaus. The Golden Bear won his first Open in a playoff with Arnie. He would capture 3 more. The Open gave us Johnny Miller's most memorable moment. His miracle 63 at Oakmont was the championship's greatest final round. Tom Watson chipped in at Pebble Beach, added his name to the glorious list. 2 Open wins define the career of Curtis Strange, the first since Hogan to win back-to-back. 3 championships set Hale Irwin apart. 1 title made 24-year-old Ernie Els an instant superstar. The United States Open, the most meaningful and challenging showcase in its sport. This year, celebrating 100 years of the highest quality in the game of golf.
NBC Sports presents the National Championship of American Golf, conducted by the United States Golf Association. Today, it's third round coverage of the 95th U.S. Open.
100 miles from the heart of Manhattan on the eastern end of Long Island lies 200-plus acres of blessed golf terrain, the century-old Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. For the 3rd time, this historic par 70 layout plays host to the U.S. Open Championship. The narrow, undulating fairways demand precision shot making. Err slightly, and the native roughs serve as a severe punishment. A supreme test for the 73 men who survived the first 2 rounds in a quest to have their names etched alongside the greatest in golf history. Thursday, first round. After early week rains, the sun was brilliant, so was the play. Nick Price, #1 in the world, the past 2 years announced his early presence. That chip in for birdie at Shinnecock's par 5 fifth. The 38-year-old Price navigated the narrow fairways with high precision, arriving at 17, 3 under par. With that birdie, he finished with a low round of the championship, 66, and a 2-shot lead over Greg Norman. The Shark played a bogey-free opening round. This approach at 13 set up one of his 2 birdies en route to a 68. After a 6-week layoff, Norman the last month has produced his best ever golf in his 14th U.S. Open. He's been in contention so many times. Could this be Greg Norman's year? Yesterday, the answers for the great white shark were filled with confident shot making. There have been over 300 shots into the tough par 3 11th. None better than this Norman 8-iron. The birdie at 11 tied Norman for the lead at -4. The firm 18th green wouldn't hold Norman's approach, leaving him a treacherous downhill 20-footer for birdie. He boldly bladed a sand wedge, center cut. A 3 under 67 and the lead at 5 under par. Price teed off in the afternoon with the winds and the scores higher. The crosswinds emphasized the unforgiving nature of this golfing Grand Dam. This errant tee shot at 15 led to one of his 5 bogeys, finishing with a 73, 4 shots behind Norman. Here on a USGA special exemption, the #1 sports hero in Japan, Jumbo Ozaki. After a first-round 69, Ozaki's birdie at 18 jumped him into second place, a 68, muscling his way into the final pairing today, 2 shots behind Norman. And so with early play underway on this beautiful Saturday, Greg Norman a 2-shot advantage over Jumbo Ozaki. Bill Mickelson and Bob Tway tied for third. Bill Glasson and Nick Price 4 off the lead. Davis Love the third, even through the first 2 rounds. Nick Faldo trying to bring a championship back to the European continent. Matt Gogol, one of the early men to tee off, and he already has a couple of birdies to move up the ranks to just 1 over par. Mark McCumber, despite a painful calf injury, they're in contention as well. Earlier, the par 3, 182-yard, 7th hole. This is Gary Hallberg.
This is with a 5-iron.
Gary Hallberg with a ace at the Redan hole yesterday. Johnny Miller, you predicted we'd see a hole-in-one on that hole. You're just a day early, that's all.
Yeah, well, I thought the pin on the left, the ball has a tendency to funnel out of that green, and so the ball wants to exit the green there, but a great shot by Gary, and that's a wonderful memory for him.
Well, a way to get all of our hearts beating. Johnny Miller, as you all know, won the U.S. Open Championship in 1973, fulfilling the dreams of a boy who started this game 7, 8 years old, and I know how thrilled you are to be in this seat today.
I am. I'm actually really honored to be here and to be able to be part of the U.S. Open, really. Almost 30 years now I've been involved in the U.S. Open, and my father, I remember those days when he'd be out there on that green with me and say, "This baby's for the U.S. Open, see if you can make it." And finally to get a chance to win in 1973 in really grand fashion. I'm not patting myself on the back, but 63 was not too bad that last day at Oakmont. And then probably the nicest thing about it all was to be able to have my name and see it on that trophy and join all those magic moments and heroic efforts in the past by the great players. And this is going to be a thrill for me. I'm grateful to be able to be working with you, and I know we're going to have a great championship. Shinnecock Hills is a special course, has a special spirit, and I know that we're going to have a great champion.
And the meaningfulness of this championship runs obviously very deep, and the men who will be playing for that honor of joining golf history will express, I'm sure, very much the same as we grow through this weekend. Well, the weather is warm and windier.
Yeah, the wind is starting to become a factor. We had rains Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It's important to know that the greens are not going to be crusty like they were in 1986. But every day and every moment, they're getting harder and harder. The pins here, hole placement's been placed very fairly by David Eager. The USGA has done a wonderful job to set this course up very fair, you hardly can find a comment by any player that they aren't thrilled to be here and know it's a fair test. But let me warn you, if you go out in the tall fescues, the native fescue grasses, you're going to see some shots that are going to remind you of the fellows at your own clubs out there. You're going to see balls exiting straight left. It's just very difficult, and there's nothing more beautiful, really, than to see those tall grasses that are 2 and 3 feet high waving in the wind. And you know, Shinnecock has reached its apex as far as its playability when you see those fescues blowing in that prevailing wind, which now is 15 to 20 miles an hour, and this course is going to be playing very interesting, and there's no way around this course. You either hit it in the fairways or you struggle.
Well, it's much more pleasant to the eye when you see that view from the fairway, and that's what these men will be attempting to endeavor. Here are some of the early featured players you'll see as we start our 6 hours. From Shinnecock Hills, Raymond Floyd, who won here 9 years ago, former winner Payne Stewart, Hal Sutton, Peter Jacobson, who's had a sensational season. And as the featured players, those with the best scores, arrive for later tees, you'll see these men: Woosnam, Zeller, Crenshaw, and Watson. How about that pairing? And Curtis Strange and Tom Kite, former U.S. Open champions. Nick Faldo on the other side of the Atlantic. Many are picking him to win this championship. Davis Love winning at New Orleans, second at the Masters. Nick Price and Bill Glasson. And last to tee, Bob Tway, Phil Mickelson, Jumbo Ozaki, and the leader, Greg Norman. Well, we're pleased, all of us at NBC, to be bringing you the coverage, and one man who has been present for the last 40 championships, including 9 years ago, is Dave Marr.
Thank you, Dick. A great golf course like Shinnecock Hills doesn't need too many changes to hold the U.S. Open. They've made one major change for 1995 and a couple of minor changes. Why don't we take a look at those? The major change is at the 17th, the par 3. They've added 15 yards to the distance of the hole, making it 186, and it becomes more visually intimidating when you're forced to carry those front bunkers. All in all, I think a half shot harder. The other change from 1986 was the rough that surrounded the greens 9 years ago. Some of it is now gone. Areas such as this behind the first green have been shaved. Long shots that run through the green will now force the players to contend with what could be a much tougher shot. Back in 1986, Greg Norman found himself in trouble on the first hole during Saturday's third round. His approach hit the back of the green and was stopped by the rough that formed a collar around the green. If that happens this year, Greg will have a little more work cut out for him to save par. And another thing that's done is put chipping back into the Open, which has long been missed, and I think all these changes are very good. And now let's go to Bob Trumpy.
Thank you, Dave Marr. As you well know, when the USGA comes in to tailor a golf course for the U.S. Open, some things do stay the same. With the help of Mother Nature, hard and fast greens are guaranteed, and severe rough. A ball in the fairway allows the players to shoot at these very severe hole locations. Intermediate rough, distance and control may be affected. Primary rough, distance and control will be affected. And then on the perimeter, the native uncut grasses called poverty grass or honey grass allows a player just one option: hack it out and go on. Defending champion Ernie Els missed this year's cut. The rough here at Shinnecock Hills in this 95th Open has cost the field almost a half a stroke a hole for balls hit in the rough. The USGA's message is simple. Gentlemen, if you want to be the U.S. Open champion, you must drive your ball in the fairway. Now let's move ahead to Dan Hicks.
Well, thanks a lot, Bob. A U.S. Open championship has always been a study in crowd control, and it's a special challenge here on Long Island, and with the nation's largest city just a couple of hours away. It is a major traffic nightmare at times just to make it near the tip of this tiny island. But enter the Long Island Railroad, one of two express stops this morning from the Penn Station in Manhattan. The Long Island Railroad jam-packed with hundreds of golf fans who've escaped the confines of New York City for a day at Shinnecock. When they arrive, they're just across the street from the storied course, but the narrow footbridge which carries them across the street quickly gives them a feel of a rush-hour subway train from the city they just left. They wait as much as 45 minutes just to cross. But when the storied Shinnecock Clubhouse comes into view just a long iron away, the pin-up city seems like a million miles away, and they're plenty glad they didn't try and make the drive themselves. Let's send it back up to 18 and Dick Enberg.
Thank you, Dan Hicks. And we go out to Dan Pohl as Tom Kite on the tee at the second hole.
Well, this is Tom from 222 yards with a 3-iron, straight downwind. Oh, that's a good-looking shot. Should hit on the front of the green and release back to the hole.
Comes up short. Kite in his 24th U.S. Open, the winner in 1992.
Johnny, this hole right today is playing straight downwind, and they got the pin kind of tucked on that front of the green, and it's going to be difficult to judge whether that ball's going to kick up out of the fringe or whether when you're carried on it's going to release. It's going to make a tough choice for club selections here.
There's still enough moisture short of the green that you can see a ball like that hitting on the flat. You would think it would run onto the front of the green, but it really just hit and just stayed pretty much just after a few bounces right where it hit.
Well, we got Curtis Strange here with a 2-iron. Curtis started out with a bogey on 1 and drove in the right rough, and just a solid bogey is all he got out of it.
Good Gosling there.
Yeah, he's going just right of the flag if it's enough stick.
You know, sometimes downwind, Dan Pohl, the wind on a long iron, because you don't put much spin on it, will go out and flatten out and fall quicker, and so you don't get as much carry, and then the fact that it's a little wet down there, it doesn't get to the green.
Well, like I said, on this particular hole, it's you're sitting back kind of in a little area that you can't really feel the wind, but you know it's there, Johnny, and it's just tough to get the right stick in your hands.
All members of this great game of golf and playing on the PGA Tour, Roger Maltby, and you're listening from Dan Pohl and John Schroeder with us today. Let's go to the 5th.
All right, Dick, thank you very much. Par 5, third shot, Fuzzy Zeller. And yes, easiest hole on the course. An eagle for Fuzzy Zeller. That gets him back to +2, and he has had some good luck on this par 5 fifth in this championship. This is the first round on Thursday. This for birdie. And Fuzzy found the cup there. Opening round of 69 for Fuzzy Zeller, and the 74 yesterday had him begin this third round at +3, and now his playing competitor Ian Woosnam for eagle as well. Here we go again at the par 5 fifth, guys. Easiest hole on the course, and the 8th eagle of this championship on the par 5 fifth. Greg Norman will tee off at 2:30 Eastern Time. He has the lead. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. It's Curtis Strange, his second shot.
Par 3 second hole. Good little pitch shot.
Roger Maltby is with a man who claims to water ski in alligator-infested swamps in Florida. How tough is Nick Price?
I think he's plenty tough, and he had a tough day yesterday. But overall, you said you were very pleased with your play.
I was. Yesterday was the kind of day I didn't hit the ball particularly well. I hit it solidly, but I didn't hit it where I wanted to the whole day. And then my putting was a little suspect early on in the round, and I just felt unsettled the whole day. But, you know, I held the round together well, and the birdie on 16 really perked me up.
Are you excited?
Yeah, this is great. You know, Greg's playing so well. I think we're all going to have to play well if we're going to try and catch him. And but the wind's freshened a little bit today, so it's going to be tough.
Well, I'm sure Shinnecock will be back in full form today, and we wish you good luck. Thanks,
Rog.
Okay. Back to you, Dick.
All right, Roger. Nick Price, the world's #1 player the last 2 years, began playing golf at age 7 and said that he was inspired by watching television Jack Nicklaus.
And you can learn something from Nick from his attitude there. Instead of worrying about that 73, he said, hey, that's my bad round. I'm ready for my next 2 good ones.
We go to the 5th.
Eagle attempt, Tom Watson.
Good looking putt. Oh, my word.
And to 16.
Raymond Floyd's 4th shot. Ooh, full shank. He had awful lie there. But that's a little surprising to see a player of his caliber. Raymond not having too good a day, 4 over par. Yeah, of course, he has a much better lie. But this is 5th shot. Boy, Raymond showed a lot of courage yesterday, parring that last hole to make the cut at 146, especially after Norman had putted his ball in the hole from the back of the green where it looked like 46 is we're going to make it. All right, Raymond, that's a little more like it.
Dave, there's nothing more exciting than the shot after a shank. I'm telling you that. All the thoughts that go through your head.
I see a lot of toe on my next swing. Let's go back to 2.
Tom Kite's second shot, par 3. That was just moments ago. He made his par, and now let's go to the third tee. Tom Kite, 45-year-old U.S. Open champion.
It's a wonderful par 4 right here. Just slight dogleg left, 453 yards, and you have to hit the fairway. Left is really jail in those trees, maybe unplayable or lost. Same in right a little bit. A lot of balls. He looks like he's happy with it. A lot of balls have a tendency to go a little bit right here because you're worrying about those trees. Good golf swing by Tom Kite.
22 years ago, the PGA Tour Rookie of the Year. Ben Crenshaw,
Masters champion for birdie.
Some things never change.
It just doesn't get any better than that. Easiest hole on the course. Crenshaw to +2.
Curtis Strange at the third tee.
Get down.
It might be one of those balls I was talking about that go right, worrying about going down the left side. But Curtis has been hitting a lot of drives lately, and he's always talking about them like they're in the rough and they're in the fairway. So most people would be happy to be in the fairway, and he's worrying about right center. Must be a good sign.
Roger?
Dick, we're with Bob Tway at a score of 138 after 2 rounds. And Bob, you said that the troubles you've experienced for the last so many years were by trying to get better, by tweaking your golf swing. Did you go back and find your old golf swing, and just how'd you do that?
Well, I just kind of went back to being as natural as I could, and I think when I did that, I think the old things kind of started to work.
Are you feeling the same feelings that you felt in '86? You getting the same vibes out of your golf game?
Well, you know, I'm doing a lot of things good. I'm controlling the ball a lot better. You know, my confidence level isn't as high back then, but if I can keep playing like this, maybe it might get that way.
Well, thank you much. We wish you well in the last 2 rounds.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, Bob. Back to you, Dick.
All right, Bob Tway, who ended a 4.5-year drought with a victory at Hilton Head this year, PGA champion 9 years ago. To 14. Payne Stewart's second shot.
You can see he's coming out over those native fescues. And a beautiful bounce, running right up there in the middle of the green. Good shot right there.
Payne 3 over today, 8 over for the tournament. Ray Floyd's bogey putt.
This at 16, putting down the hill. A little to the right, weak. And as I said, this golf course today is really playing hard. The wind a lot stronger than it's been the first 2 days. Over at the 6th, the 471-yard par 4, Zeller for par. The 4 there is like a birdie. That's a very difficult par 4. Plenty of length, the only water hazard on the course.
And Dave Marr with the wind freshening, Fuzzy's 2 over, maybe he's 7 shots behind Greg, but who knows what might happen. Greg Norman might shoot 10 under this week, and who knows, 2 or 3 over might win.
You've got that right, John. It's anything can happen on this course. You just need a couple of bad drives, a couple of wrong clubs, and a 3-putt here and there, and this golf course will just chop you to pieces. You can see the lake in front of the green at 6. Not really in play unless you drive it in the rough, and then definitely in play. And, of course, the leader, Greg Norman, along with Ozaki, not teeing off until 2:30. Mickelson and Tway. You just saw Bob Tway with Roger Maltby. Back to John Schroeder's with this group. Is Crenshaw out in the native fescue or whatever you call it, John?
Yeah, he hit a hook, Dave. A second bad shot. He's hit off the tee today. He's going to have to lay it up short of the pond, about 100 yards short of the green.
It's not too easy a layup. That wind blocked a little bit by that stand of trees up to the left there about Lake High. But you drive it in the rough at 6. That's a 5. Let's go to 3.
Curtis Strange, his approach shot.
I don't think so.
Strange 1 over today, 3 over for the tournament.
The wind is very protected down there, but it is still from the pretty much due west. The wind is blowing, which is prevailing. He is on a little slightly downhill lie and wants to really just hit it on the front of the green and let it feed back to this pin placement, which is well in the back of the green in the center, and really a whole location that the ball sort of wants to stop. If you land it on the green, it sort of wants to go right to that hole location, so you could see a shot here be very close.
Johnny, that was a 9-iron from 145 yards. It's got to get up.
And he needed to land it about where the ball was after the first bounce.
To the 6th.
Tom Watson's second shot at 6. It's out of the right side of the fairway. And I think a little of the wind caught that up by the green that you see the flag just snapping across there. Tom not happy with that swing.
So play underway in the 3rd round of this 95th U.S. Open Championship, and the leaders yet to make their way to the first tee. Greg Norman by 2 over Jumbo Ozaki. 1900, the legendary Harry Vardon won his lone U.S. Open title. His caddy that year was Tom Bendlow, who later gained fame designing over 400 golf courses, including U.S. Open venues, Medina, and the Skokie Country Club.
Raymond Floyd, who won here in '86, this is tee shot at 17 today, playing 200 yards. You're going to see a lot of balls there today. The wind blowing across quite briskly. That a 5-iron. Let's go to 14.
And Payne Stewart for birdie. Got to be. Payne began the day at +5. And let's go back down to Roger Maltby.
Thank you, Dick. I'm with Davis Love. And Davis, you kind of got the major championship monkey off your back with the runner-up finish at the Masters, and you're playing well here. Have you changed your outlook on how to play in majors?
I think I just needed some good rounds and get some confidence in the majors and know that I can compete with these guys. And I know I can beat them in a regular tournament. Just I had to prove to myself that I could beat them in a major. And I had a good round at Sunday at Augusta, and that's given me a lot of confidence. And I didn't play well on Thursday, but I played real well yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to the weekend here.
What's the key for you to play well here at Shinnecock? How do you play this golf course?
It's easy, just driving the fairways, and I'm all right. First day I was in the rough every other hole, and couldn't get anything going yesterday from like six on all the way through the rest of the round. I hit every fairway, and then you can score. But if you're in the rough, you're going to be battling to make pars, and that's just the difference for me is being in short grass.
Terrific. Good luck to you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Roger.
Back to you, Dick.
Thank you, Roger. Let's go to 3. Tom Kite's birdie bid. To 7.
From 182 yards, probably a 5-iron. You do not want to go there. That's about 8 or 9 feet below the pin right there, and hardly any green to work with. Problem from there, you go long, and then you got a downhill putt to that pin that's sort of left middle. And you can see just how deep those bunkers are right there. This hole is sort of a controversial hole because the green is really severely sloped from right to left. And yesterday, Hill Irwin was on the edge of the green and putted it right off the green. And it's just the kind of hole you need to hit a good iron shot. Of course, Gary Hallberg made a hole-in-one earlier with a 5-iron.
91 Masters champion Ian Woosnam
trying to play a cut shot into that hooking wind. And that is going to be an exciting putt right there. And I mean exciting. You could putt that right off the green if you get aggressive.
to 17.
Raymond Floyd chipped out of that tough lie to here. This for a par 3. Stay 12 over, and he's got it. Raymond 6 over for today's round, and they're going to see a lot of rounds like that today. This Tom Watson's third shot at 6, the par 4. This has happened just earlier. Came out of that lie just a little fast. Is it going to stay on? Well, just barely, and that shouldn't have been too hard a shot because he was putting the chipping against the wind. This is for bogey now. Well, so Tom drops a shot at the 6th hole, goes to 5 over, 2 over for today's round. Maybe a little disappointed, but he knows how hard this golf course can play. And as we've said, 2:30 will be the last tee time. Norman and Ozaki. Let's go to 15.
Payne Stewart at this par 4, 415-yard 15th.
Going with the lofted iron. Beautiful shot, Payne.
Stewart 3 over today.
I wanted to take the opportunity by the throat and shake it if I could.
There was good reason for Raymond Floyd to question himself. It was written in his past Open performances.
I think the emotion more than anything was me in the U.S. Open. To have a tournament that basically had been a nemesis. It's been a thorn in my side throughout my career. It's something that I hadn't fared well with. I hadn't been able to play real well in U.S. Opens, and here I had captured that.
Signs of Floyd's deliverance from open heartache took shape during Saturday's 3rd round. Floyd's short game mastery placed him in position for Sunday's finale.
I was 2 shots out of the lead going to the last round, and at some point through the round, I think there were 11 players within 1 stroke of the lead. And to have the Greg Norman and Payne Stewart and Bob Tway, who had been playing very well at that time, and Chip Beck and Lanny Watkins, to have a field of that quality and be involved in that in a setting that meant so much, a U.S. Open.
Floyd's reputation as a great front-runner had been earned elsewhere. Now his eyes locked fiercely on the ultimate prize.
I'm like a horse with blinders, if you would, or in the zone. But here, especially the last round here in 1986, I was very focused. I read that Payne Stewart said that he could see it in my eyes. I know when I came off the 10th green, Maria said that I walked right by her. I saw her, but I didn't see her. And she made a statement that at that time that she felt pretty good about it because she knew that I had the look.
The look led with 3 holes to play, but the focus was blurred at the par 5 16th.
I was addressing my shot to play, and there was a motor drive. It was a cameraman with a motor drive, and I got off the ball and told the cameraman,
"Don't take snapshots until I hit, please."
But that was the end of it. Then I got back in, focused over my shot, and hit a marvelous golf shot up there.
One last birdie would chase Floyd's Open ghost forever and free him from his own personal purgatory. Ray Floyd found golf's promised land.
I felt last night that truly this was it. If, you know, I put myself in a position, and if I couldn't handle it here, it was very likely that it wouldn't happen again. I had an awful lot of thoughts, emotional like I am now as well. You'd think I could handle this better after 25 years. But realistically, I just felt that today I had to do it. it was probably my last chance.
It was tremendously satisfying, involved in such a dramatic finish, and come out and pull it out. It's something that I will carry with great fondness the rest of my days.
Reflections of Raymond Floyd. This isn't going to be his U.S. Open championship, but he recognized he had that one opportunity, and indeed, in 1986, he seized the title.
Curtis Strange in the fairway at the par 5 fifth, playing extremely downwind today.
Want to land it just short of the green to stop the ball with one bounce and then pop up. You can see if you don't.
No way to stop it.
And if you hit it right of the pin and do that, the bushes could come into play, or the long, long grasses, and that ball there remains to be seen whether it stopped. And you can see it's come on the, actually it'll be the downslope of some of those fescue grasses in a sort of an area that a lot of the carts, the USGA carts, my cart, when I checked the pins out, that was one of my tire tracks. Sorry about that, Curtis.
There is a look at the par 5 fifth, 535 yards. The front nines only par 5. Dan Pohl, you're on the fairway out there, and the wind is gusting as Tom Kite gets set up for his second.
Well, this is a real tough shot here. You know, luckily they got the pin in the back, so they can try to hit something short of the green and see if they can run it up. Tom's got 221 to the front of the green, and I think he's probably going in there with just a smooth 3-iron and maybe even a 4 to get it up in the air and make it hit a little softer up there. But Johnny, remember on 2 how the ball stuck when it hit short. That's the hard part about this shot.
Picks it off there cleanly.
Well, he's got it going left. It may hit that bunker or go over it. That could be trouble there.
It's bounded past that bunker and through the green. Tom Kite at +1 needs to shoot a good score today to stay alive.
You look down on this magnificent golf test, and Johnny Miller has surveyed it closely, and he gives you his impressions of this front side.
And the first hole, par 4, 394 yards. It's a nice start. They give you, this course gives you a chance to get off to a good start. A nice. That sounded solid, but that's a little long. But at least you didn't hit it a little heavy. The first 2, or you could tell by the sound, were not crisp.
Back to 3.
Corey Pavin for birdie.
Nice start.
And one of the favorites here at Shinnecock Hills is even for the championship. To 7. Tom Kite, second shot on the par 3 Redan.
Could have hung up on the bank here. I can't tell for sure, but it looks like it's just out of the bunker in the long grass, and there it is. And the good news is this kind of severe steep upslope will make the ball come out extremely soft, even though it's out of the rough. It could easily go left out of this lie and trickle left.
Several opportunities to join. The U.S. National Championship is at stake. And Greg Norman with a 2-shot lead, just minutes away from being called to the first tee.
See Jumbo Ozaki in the background there. And of course,
let's go to that first tee.
Aldo, Surrey, England. Play with please.
Years old, Nick Faldo. Turned pro back in 1976. And 87, 90, 92 British Open winner, 89, 90 Masters. Loved to win an Open. He's geared his game around winning the Open this year. Got to hit the fairways this week, though, to do it, Nick. Might be going right. I don't know. Good bounce left, though. But it's down in the primary rough, which now is probably, it started at 5 inches early in the week, now 6.
Davis Love III, Sea Island, Georgia.
Important tee shot to get off in the fairway and let yourself know you can perform under this heavy pressure. Not too much applause. Might be a little right. We'll see. Very nice. Long hit to get over that corner. Of course, Davis is known for his length. Good start, Davis.
Meanwhile, we move to the 11th.
The par 3 to convert 157. Woosnam for birdie. He stands at even in the 3rd round of the 95th U.S. Open. The final groups are approaching the first tee.
Down at the site of one of golf's 4 majors, we look ahead to July 1st, one of tennis's 4 major championships. Wimbledon begins. Steffi Graf, fresh from her victory in Paris, the French Open major, and defending champion Conchita Martinez and others vie for that prestigious title. NBC will be there beginning the 1st of July. Nick Faldo in the rough, his second shot at 1.
And the best thing about this shot out of the rough is that from 150 yards is that the green opens up from that position, and so does the pin. So to be able to go for this pin, the only way you can get it close is actually hit it into that bank from here. If he carries it over the bank, it's a downslope. Roger Maltby and I were out there, and we figured about 25 feet short of the pin is pretty good downslope. So if he hits on that, he's missing the green. Short of the downslope, and it's still, you can see what it does. Just hit right on top of the hill, but look at this ball go. Jeez. That's amazing. You gotta be kidding me. This might end up on the beach.
Now that's the difference between the way the course is prepared this year and 9 years ago.
And he will not even believe where this ball is when he comes up to the green. He has no idea that it's rolled an extra 80 feet. So this pin placement, hole placement, is very, very tricky if you're not in the fairway. Now, for Davis Love, it's really no problem. If he hits a little too short, it'll bounce up stiff. If he hits just short of the pin, it'll be stiff. If he hits around the pin, it'll still be probably all right. ...119 yards, just a very comfortable wedge of some sort for him. He has sort of sideboards to the right of the pin, so he doesn't have to go at the pin to get it close. If he hits it just right of the pin, it'll kick left and sort of backspin down on in there, even though the wind's going right. And he's a little uncomfortable about something. You want that guy, that one guy there just keeps moving, and that's where he needs to aim to be stiff.
This first hole is played second easiest through the first 2 rounds and considered one of the easier holes, but you won't be able to convince Nick Faldo of that.
Not now.
Behind the green.
The open nerves are something else, especially on the weekend.
Johnny Miller, that really illustrates your point magnificently. Faldo in the rough, the penalty. Love in the middle of the fairway and drops it in for possible birdie.
Spin's a thing. If you can't control the spin, you might well stay on the practice tee.
Nick Faldo, and for those majors won by non-Americans since 1980, British Open, of course, and Masters, those from away from the U.S. have been very successful. The PGA, but only twice. U.S. Open. David Graham in 81, the Australian, and Ernie Els, of course, last year. South African Els did not make the cut this year. The fate that befell Faldo a year ago. To the 5th. And Bernard Langer.
Birdie attempt for Langer. Takes advantage of the par 5 fifth. Longer, a winner in his last 2 starts on the PGA European Tour. Gets himself back to +1 and will go back to 1.
All right, Dan Hicks. And Nick Faldo now discovers the problem. Tough way to start your afternoon.
It is. I can't tell exactly what kind of lie he's come up with, but I know that he's going to have one of those kind of tricky shots that Kite had. Tom Kite didn't do well, and you can see that into the grain. He's got some heavy stuff there that might grab the back of the club, the hosel. This is sort of double bogey land right here. We'll see if he can just muscle it out of there, so to speak, and get the right speed. He lands it up on the green with no spin, and of course it'll run by 30-40 feet. But this looks like a scene out of Turnberry, Scotland, or Muirfield in Scotland. If there's anybody that can handle it, you see he's trying to find a lie that's very similar to the one he's going to hit. He doesn't just hit it out of the nice lie. He'll go over there and find a little clump of grass that matches it and see how much it grabs the club. It's really a good move right here. A very smart move. You see that? He says, I know what it'll do now.
Not real happy about what he knows. Out to the first tee. Nick Price. Into the same rough that Faldo found.
Above the ground, the club, so the ball won't move. Down real hot. Got a jumper out of there.
Bill Glasson having a brilliant U.S. Open. He's off the first tee.
Very nice. Good start. You see the shoulders on Bill Glasson like a weightlifter.
They walk up the first fairway.
What a great sight, huh? Just a wonderful start to this course. They let you get off to a good start. Very similar to Pebble Beach in that They get you that first hole. It's not too tough. But then the fun begins. And one of the hardest things about, I think, this golf course is that 2 and 3 are so difficult that if you are nervous and don't birdie 1, all of a sudden you get 1 or 2 over after 3 and you're on the road to problems.
Here's Tom Lehman off to a good start. 3 under today at 7.
I was out at his house last night eating dinner, and he's very calm man. He's a nice person, and he just has golf in the right perspective. Has a very strong swing. He's a very strong man. Watch this. Good turn away with his shoulders. An unusual swing, but nice, powerful. See how down he is? Look at how he stays down into that shot and drives through it, and has a lot of down and up in his swing, which a lot of tall players do. But all in all, he can play.
36-year-old Lehman, the winner of the Colonial this year. Back to the first green, and Nick Faldo. Now that for bogey. Meanwhile, Davis Love trying to get a kickstart with a birdie. Let's go ahead 1 hole. This is for birdie, Kurt Byram. That's the way to erase the bogey at the first hole. Byram with a long birdie putt. He's even for the championship. The first green.
When this ball goes left, you can see it even on your screen. Normally TV will sort of wipe out any undulations, but I think you could tell that the low spot on this putt is to his left. He's got to hit it outside right, depending how hard he wants to hit it, and it'll just track right on in. Let's take a look at that putting rank. Wow, what a turnaround. That's wonderful.
So his brother Mark, caddy, helping him with the line.
This is the kind of putt that if you make it, great. If you don't, you sort of think, gee, what's wrong with my putting? So great. -1.
4 shots behind Greg Norman.
After a disappointing decision to go for that pin on the second shot, he's sort of paying the price, and that's a little with a little one you think as well as Nick Faldo. My word. That is a nightmarish start on the second easiest hole on the golf course.
We've seen Ray Floyd, Tom Kite, Ben Crenshaw, Nick Faldo, the world's greatest golfers, being humbled by Shinnecock. That's only the 4th double bogey at 1 in the championship. So Nick Faldo starts 2 over. His recent U.S. Open results, second in the playoff in '80. He didn't make the cut last year. But he has primed his season on this championship. Bill Glasson's second shot at 1.
Nice wedge shot in there. Should fight now.
John Schroeder.
Billy had 134 yards, hit a nice shot. That's been such a great for both players. Even Nicky, even though he's in the rough, his lie isn't the ball on the green for 130 yards and let it feed down to the hole. Wind is from the players left to right.
Problem is, John Schroeder, if he hits 20 feet short of the hole, he hits the downslope, and I don't know if he can stop it hitting the downslope.
He's throwing this way up in the air, Donnie, and out to the right.
That's a smart shot, though, but look at where the ball goes. He just can't. It just hits that little downslope.
Another illustration of why the first theorem here for this championship is be in the fairway. Greg Norman about to tee off. Welcome back, Nick Price, who shot 66. Opening round, his third shot.
That's a beauty.
That's be a terrific up and down to start his day. Now to the first tee. Look at Bob Tway. A little tough to swallow about this time.
That's a great thrill for him. Nice comeback he's on right now this year. Won it not that long ago at the Heritage, which Greg Norman was saying one of his favorite courses in the world. And when you win at Heritage, you know you can play golf.
Bill Klassen. That for birdie. Now to the tee. Phil Mickelson, 25 yesterday.
Nice smile, relaxed look on his face. Now it gets a little more serious once he knows he's got to go hit it. For him, a nice little draw shot. And it is drawing, riding the wind. That is pure right there. Absolute textbook.
Let's go to the first green for par. Unlike Nick Faldo, Nick Price escapes early trouble, a par at 1. We move ahead to the 7th.
Saw Tom Lehman's shot here at the 7th. And watch this break right here. This is about a 12-foot break he's playing, maybe even 15. And I think he's overdone it. He is overdone it. His caddy is my caddy from my glory years, Andy Martinez. And Andy always liked to play a lot of break, and I don't know if they've sort of over-figured that one, but that's a tough second putt he's left himself.
Well, the U.S. Amateur Champion, Tiger Woods, is not with us today. Woods did draw huge galleries and support to watch this powerful young Stanford freshman's game. At 19, however, he was long and wrong too often and found himself in the rough. And yesterday, in the third hole rough, that shot injured his left hand. Sprained left hand. He had to withdraw, saying so long to Ernie Els and Nick Price.
Tough walk back to the clubhouse.
Came down on the third hole and tried to play that fescue grass, and basically I tweaked it, and I sprained a ligament in my left hand.
And it got worse?
And it got worse, especially after 5. I tried to hit a sandwich out of it, out of the grass on 5, same stuff, and I tweaked it even more.
And so what have you learned?
Well, I learned not to go in there.
So the 3 amateurs not playing today. Jerry Corville, Chris Tidlin failed to make the cut. That's the second shot of Davis Love at 2.
And I think there's an awful lot of amateurs out there that could make the cut if they were more comfortable, but it's so hard to come to a U.S. Open and see all these superstars you've been watching on TV and reading about, and the moment is so big they just can't play the normal game because there's so many amateurs out there that can flat play.
Now just think of Corville from Norwalk, Connecticut. He goes to his locker and the C's are Crenshaw, Couples.
Bump and run right here. Shouldn't be any trouble. Can't get a much easier pitch shot than that. He hit a 4-iron off this 222-yard second hole par 3. And a 3 here would be a welcome change from the 6 he made on number 1.
And let's go back to the first fairway. Dan Pohl is there.
Well, Bob Tway's looking right at 138 yards to the flag. Johnny, he's got 130 to cover that left side, but, you know, you go at this flag and you're asking to have that ball jump over that green.
Yeah, he obviously can spin it like you know, and he can hit as far as 20 feet short and end up stiff. I think he'd hit almost to the pin and still hold it on the green, but he can't hit really past the pin. So I still think this is a birdie opportunity for him. He can go ahead and just get it over that hill, and it'll move right on down, and maybe knock it stiff.
Well, you know, the hardest thing is this left to right wind is getting yourself to aim it out there far enough left, or to go ahead and turn the ball into the wind.
Yep.
He's got a 9-iron right here.
Good crisp hit.
Well, it's a good-looking shot if it's the right one.
And he hits about 20, 25 feet short, and it comes up short.
Meanwhile, at 2.
Push that putt.
So bogey for Love, and now Phil Mickelson in the first fairway.
This is from 136 yards. Just a smooth 9-iron for him. He doesn't need to get all over it.
1990 U.S. Amateur champion.
Great career in the making. Took an extra look there for some reason.
Well, it's heading right to the flag a little bit. It should be a good shot.
Get a read, too. Going to get a free read from Tway.
Greg Norman about to be introduced to the 25,000 plus in the gallery at Shinnecock Hills Golf Club.
In the final pairing,
Jumbo Ozaki and Greg Norman at the first tee.
And a big moment for Jumbo Ozaki, 48 years old, 88 wins in Japan, only one outside of Japan and New Zealand in 72, and I think he's going to be a very nervous player today. Good start, though. Great start. I hope he proves me wrong.
Jumbo with a 747 drive.
And he can rip it.
Greg Norman, Brisbane, Australia.
More than 60 wins in 13 different countries. You hear is music to the Shinnecock members' ears. You can see that ball's gone in the bunker, but it's the wind blowing the flag here at the clubhouse, and the rope is rattling against the pole, and that's going to make the course real interesting today.
Phil Mickelson at the first green for birdie.
Pure.
Mickelson to -3, 2 shots behind Greg Norman. Birdie to open his round. Tway made par. Let's go to 8. Tom Lehman, his third shot.
See just how deep these bunkers are. He was not in the bunker, but down deep and in left, and what a great touch there by Tom Lehman.
3 under through 7 holes. Bill Glasson for birdie on the second green.
Great stuff going on everywhere.
A former star at Oral Roberts University. Glasson with his birdie is 3 behind Norman. We have seen mighty highs and disappointing lows in the first 2 hours today, haven't we?
And speaking of lows, after that horrendous start at number 1, a double bogey on the easy first hole, nice par on number 2. He's driven the ball in the fairway, which is important on number 3. And you can see 170 yards wide open in front, and the pin is in the back. So good opportunity here to get back a birdie with his back center pin. Some kind of a good 7-iron, maybe a little 6. Not bad.
Back to the second tee. Phil Mickelson after his birdie at 1.
222 yards downwind. Just borderline in.
Right in the corner of that bunker right. Davis Love at the third.
After a huge drive, 141 yards. And what a shot. Almost too much spin, but very nice. Stop ball.
That's what Davis was saying. To 8. And Lehman with a par at 8. So Tom Lehman's fine golf continues. 3 under through 8. Back to the first hole. Roger.
Greg Norman from 121 yards. Got a perfect lie in the right fairway bunker. Got a good angle at this flag in the back left part of the green. The difficult part of the shot is about 25 feet before the hole. The green runs away from the player. I would think a shot to the right of the flag, a good safe play would be in order here.
Main thing is hit it flush, not fat. Choking down an inch. Got this going well right at the very right side of the green and on the front and spinning off to the collar. Little tentative there. And that is not an easy pitch shot from there, or long putt.
In the 94 Majors low scoring average, Tom Watson with Norman third.
Jumbo Ozaki with the pitching wedge from 115 yards. Wind coming hard from left to right.
Very upright swing, comes right down on top of it.
Good looking shot here, Johnny, if it's the right club.
Should be good with the backspin. Didn't come back, but a nice downhill putt.
So Greg Norman, a taste of possible trouble on the opening hole. Phil Mickelson, an early birdie. Bill Glasson as well. The battle is on.
We're seeing back to number 1, Greg Norman. Tough pitch shot here across that green. With the open jitters, everybody gets them. It's hard to get the right distance here.
He leaves himself plenty to chew on. Ahead to the second hole. Second shot for Bob Tway.
Simple little pitch and run. Ooh, not that simple.
So Bob Tway moves up a notch on the leaderboard. 2 behind Norman, who needs this for par.
A little downhill from 18 feet. Not too much in the first part of the putt. Will break left slightly as it loses speed.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my. Norman saves par and saves his 2-shot lead.
That's got to be a confidence booster there, Roger.
You're not kidding. Those were 3 swings that were really kind of tentative, and then that putt will help calm the nerves. Jumbo Ozaki now has about 15 feet, putting slightly downhill. This putt moved just slightly from his left to right. Made two very good swings in his first two shots.
Good putt.
Phil Mickelson for par at the second. So he gives it back with a bogey at 2 and drops to 2 under for the championship. In their 20s, most PGA Tour wins, and Phil Mickelson and Jose Maria Olazabal lead the list. We move to the 4th. Davis Love off a birdie at 3.
Par 4, dogleg right. Davis birdie 3.
I think he likes it, Bob.
Davis birdie 1, bogey 2, birdie 3, stands at 1 under par in the 3rd round.
Well, let's take a look at this par 3, second hole, 222 yards. You can see those bunkers in the front. They're not really in play for the turf pros or the good amateurs that are here this week. And you can see that putt for Norman had to settle him down, I would think. Jumbo Ozaki, like Roger said, also played the hole flawlessly. I thought the putt was in that Jumbo hit, but this hole right here, being downwind, will probably play more like about, I'd say 205 yards, maybe 212, something there. That wind will help at least 15 yards, I would think. Well, Jumbo is sitting right here with, I would think, you don't want to really need to work the ball here. Just throw it up here, let it ride the wind, hit the front edge, and let it trickle right up there.
Well, he's got 210 to the front edge, Johnny, and that's all he's looking for, is to land the ball right in that area.
210 and 12, Craig. Cut.
Did he come over it? Looks like he came over it. Not bad, though. But you can see the greens are starting to get firm.
233 yesterday. We got 222 today.
To the 9th, Tom Lehman's second shot. Third shot.
No, it sure looked like the third shot, but it is the second shot, and he's coming in there to that front pin, and that is a great shot right there underneath the hole. Pretty good break left to right, but nice shot.
Greg Norman.
Going with the 4-iron here, just trying to get it as high in the air as he can. Land it somewhere near the front edge. Straight downwind. This ball's going right, headed toward that right bunker.
Well, that ball went down and looked like it went underground.
Nick Price for birdie at the 3rd. Right on line. Price taps in. Bill Glasson now for par. 3 behind Norman.
Under par. Fairly simple putt.
Nothing appears to be easy today.
Hit a pretty good putt. It just worked right.
This is the 4th. Par 4. 408 yards, second shot, Nick Faldo.
And the front right pin. You do not want to be short or right. A lot of green left. 150. the short, and there's a false front to this green, which means it's really not green, but it's mowed to green height, and it'll work right off it with the backspin, and not happy with that result.
We saw Faldo start with a double bogey, pars at 2 and 3 now. Davis Love has 133 to the pin. Davis again birdied 1, bogey 2, 33.
You see that wind? It's right to left wind.
While he waits, we'll move ahead to the 9th.
And Tom Lehman, 3 under. Another birdie chance.
Slice putt here. Little short and little right. It would have gone in if he hit it, though.
Tom Lehman solid through 9, 3 under par for the day.
This is for the Love brothers. Mark Caddy, Davis the player. Again, the yardage is 133.
That's an interesting shot, Bob Trumpy. You can sort of try to hold it in the wind or throw it out 8 feet right of the pin and ride the wind, knowing that if you pushed it all, you're in that bunker that's about 8 feet deep. So this is an interesting decision. Probably prudent to go 10 feet left. Stay there.
It does for Davis Love. Back to 2.
And Greg Norman with some heavy work to do, Roger.
Well, he does have a heavy lie, Dick, and the grass is kind of twisted down where his ball is. The good news is he's got it on a bit of an upslope, so that'll help him get the ball up in the air and land it softly, John.
Grip it firmly and pump it out of there.
The lie really helped him a lot. That ball came out very soft.
You can see gripping down to the metal. No wrist, hardly a little wrist there, and a nice little crisp move, a lot like a Tom Watson type of a hit. Very aggressive to dominate the grass.
Norman's been consistent on both sides. Let's go to 3. Bob Tway, his second shot.
Swinging very nicely and under control. Very good shot there. A good birdie opportunity with not much break.
Bob Tway, through the first 36 holes, led the field in greens and regulation, hitting 26. Back to number 2.
About a 6-foot putt. Just about left edge, just outside. That's a good save there.
Run and interpret that, whatever was said there. Get in.
To the 4th. And the birdie attempt of Nick Faldo. You see the crowd moving behind him, behind the green, trying to get everybody to stop. You were mentioning, well, let's move back to 3 quickly.
Mickelson, second shot out of the rough.
Sounded a little heavy. Might be going to the right, and it is quite a bit right. You could almost tell the results of a shot by the sound this week when they're in the rough.
Now Faldo with the pitch.
Wants to bump it over that false edge and just track it right in there.
Leaves about a 10-footer. Here's Greg Norman at the 2nd for par.
Just about left edge.
Johnny Miller, to stand over a putt like that for so long, does that take nerves?
He's showing great strength as far as his nerves and his inner self is on those first 2 putts. I mean, tee to green, a little shaky, but bottom line is if your flat stick's working, you usually can figure out how to get back on track with your big game.
You look at
the leaders and those in contention for this 95th U.S. Open Championship. No one in the top 14 has a U.S. Open title in his biography. Today, the MetLife Blimp Snoopy 1 is cruising above Southampton, Long Island to provide you with a bird's-eye view of the U.S. Open. Blimp equipped with a state-of-the-art camera system that can track a golf ball in flight from an altitude of 1,200 feet. Let's go to the fourth.
Birdie attempt. Davis Love leaves it short. To 3.
Third shot for Phil Mickelson.
Very difficult to get the right distance out of that long grass. The line's not a problem. As you see, it almost hit the pin, but you either chunk it short or you get a jumper long. It's just very difficult, and you pay the price when you go in the rough, most of the time.
At the third tee, Greg Norman.
Jumbo Ozaki has already teed off, and the players hit over a bit of a hill on this third hole, and I can't tell if the ball stayed in the fairway. It was to the right-hand side.
Looks like Greg's got a 3-wood, Roger.
Downwind, he used 3-wood yesterday here as well. Johnny Jumbo went with the driver, and that's why I think he may have run through the fairway, but I'm not sure from my vantage.
Well, he's got 2 tee shots, or shots off the tee to the right so far, which is the shot that he's really been trying to guard against under pressure.
This isn't right. This is right down the left center of the fairway. Beautiful.
Release that right side on that one. No lateral move and a good release to the right side.
And on the green of this par 4, 453-yard third, the fourth shot of Phil Mickelson.
And I decided to just brush it off there with a 7-8 iron.
What a brilliant run at a save. Mickelson will make bogey. How close did that come to?
Look at this. It dips down in the hole, gets in there, and says, oh my gosh, I'm not going in.
The only left-hander to win a major was Bob Charles, 63 British Open, to 4.
And the second shot of Nick Price at the par 4. Fourth.
Left.
And 3 pars for Nick to this point. He stands at 1 under. And earlier, Davis Love, this for his par 4. No. So Davis Love has yet to make a par. 3 birdies. Excuse me, 2 birdies, 2 bogeys. And he stands at even par as you look down at Shinnecock Hills Country Club on Long Island. First golf club to be incorporated in the United States. First to have a clubhouse. First to admit women. And the first to have a waiting list.
Nice lazy Saturday.
2-3.
For birdie, Bob Tway. That was to move him within 1 of Norman.
That was a beautiful stroke right there. He played it just outside right edge and never moved at all.
Former Oklahoma State star. We move to the 5th tee.
Par 5, 535 yards. Nick Faldo on the tee on the easiest hole on the course. It played the easiest in 86, and no different this championship, directly downwind. also understand that he's received a warning for slow play. And here is the official coming over to warn Nick.
The executive director of the United States Golf Association, David Fay, is with us. Perhaps you could enlighten us further.
Well, we have a pace of play policy, and we hope that the players abide by it. The Faldo group must be out of position in relation to the group ahead of them. Our policy this year calls for the following.
Second shot on the third hole by Greg Norman.
About an 8-iron from 169 yards, going slightly right of the flag, and a little short.
They must be out of position, and when they're out of position, they're warned. And when they're warned, they're timed. And this year, if you accumulate 2 bad times, and that would be times over 40 seconds, you would incur a 2-stroke penalty.
So the first warning to Faldo.
Nicholson on the 4th hole.
It's a dog leg right. Mickelson at 1 under trails the tournament leader Greg Norman by 4 in the 3rd round of the 95th U.S. Open, and today par is good. Par works.
Shinnecock Hills Golf Club, for the 3rd time, the host of the United States Open Championship, 1896 and then 1986, and again in this, the centennial year. Greg Norman, the leader by 2 over Bob Tway and Jumbo Ozaki. Norman on in regulation on this par 4 3rd.
Well, this pretty putt is about 25 feet uphill. Really pretty much on the fall line, Johnny. Not a lot of break here. He's got a slight ridge to go up. The pin is on the back plateau, but it's really very slight.
Davis Love made this very similar putt right in the center of the hole. It's a little slower than the players think. It's the only thing. He could have come up short. Good solid hit. But you see, he gave it a good wrap, but it is slower than it looks.
Ahead to 5.
Second shot of Davis Love, the 3rd.
199 yards.
Oh, go. Go.
Yelling for it to go.
Terrible there, David. I just hate having those eagles from that close.
So long, it was easier for him to get the second shot to hold, and Faldo's second shot also here at 5. This from 258.
Going down in there where, what, Tom Kite? Not too far where Tom goes on his 3rd try, right?
Yeah, well, we've mentioned that it's a very easy hole, but you get over the back of this green, and anything can happen. Back to 4.
Okay, Dan Hicks, second shot to Phil Mickelson, fairway at 4. And Mickelson in the first 2 rounds led all players with fairways hit. Oh. A missed green for Phil Mickelson from the middle of the fairway. Now Bob Tway. That was on tape. This is live with Bob Tway.
Going for the pin, you could tell.
Thor has allowed just 4 birdies today, Johnny Miller.
Well, it's a tough wind with that pin. You know, you got a hook wind and a slice pin, and they just don't match. It's a great pin, it really is, to protect this short hole.
Back to 3.
Well, it didn't look like he thought he made it, but good putt there, Jumbo. And Jumbo is a comedian. I mean, he's a showman, big-time showman.
Yeah, much of the land that you see today was once property of the Shinnecock Indian Reservation. It included part of their burial grounds, and the Shinnecock Indians have been very instrumental in maintaining the golf course throughout the years. Peter Smith, a Shinnecock Indian, third generation, is the ground superintendent. Tom Lehman, maybe the hottest on the course today.
11 today, Dick, playing 157 yards. Tom Lehman is 3 under par on the day, 1 under par on the tournament.
What's the wind doing, Bob?
It's left to right and helping.
It's a very unusual little wind pattern down there at the tee. It's just sort of quiet. It buffles around, and you get confused. You need to look up by the green and see what the pin's doing. And there it is. You're right, Bob. Downwind sometimes, mostly down and right.
It's on 13 and just 5 from the right-hand edge. That's paces.
Pretty good wind for this pin.
And the difficult third shot of Nick Faldo. Over the chipping area. Or not.
Down it comes.
And back to 4.
It plays 408 yards. Greg Norman on the tee. Slight dogleg right.
Trying to get the players in from the right. Greg going with the 3-wood here.
Don't want to miss it right, though. Trying to keep it down the right side.
Got it going left. Headed for the left rough.
And in the long native fescue.
Back to 5.
Fourth shot, chip of Nick Faldo. That's nicely done, and Faldo will be able to walk away from the 5th with a par to the 4th green.
And a birdie attempt by Bob Tway. So that left the stay 2 back of the tournament leader at 3 under par for Bob Tway. Hard 1, birdie 2. Hard 3 is playing 4. You see Phil Mickelson about to mark his ball, but this is from the green side bunker.
And he's one of the few players who could routine this.
Oh, what a marvelous touch. Head to 5.
And this will be Davis Love III lining up an eagle putt. Tied for first on the PGA Tour in eagles with 11, but a lot of golfers have had a chance at eagle today here at 5. Davis has yet to make a par today. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys.
How much breaker is there, Dan?
Not much.
Good opportunity.
No eagle, but Davis will set up for a birdie. And there have been almost as many birdies as pars on this par 5 hole, and Davis Love is back to 1 under.
We remind you a week from tomorrow, next Sunday at 2:30 Eastern, NBC Sports presents the Wimbledon Preview Show. We'll try to whet your appetite for this premier major tennis championship. That's 2:30 Eastern. And then July 1st, our coverage begins from the All England Club. Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. Let's go to the 5th.
Second shot, Bill Glasson, the par 5 5th.
Just from 234 yards, Dan. Straight downwind.
And we'll go back to 4.
And we saw the tee shot. There is the ball of Greg Norman. Roger Maltby, how bad is it?
Oh, he got a great break, Trump. There's a little kind of a clear area here where his balls come to rest. It's not that deep. he can put this ball in the green. It's pretty remarkable. The stuff right around his ball, Johnny, he couldn't advance 80 yards, 100 yards.
Yeah, that's like a 1 in 100 lie right there, it looks like. But
it really is.
The only thing is, that stuff that lays down, boy, I'll tell you, it grabs the club head big time if he doesn't come into it sort of steeply. So be interesting to see if this is what I call a beguiling lie. It's one of those lies you think, oh, well, I can do this, and then it just says, and it just twists you. And what you do is you end up getting a pin high, but left or right. And on these greens, with the greens sitting up, you'll notice, in case you're out there wondering why the guys look so bad on some of these pitch shots and chip shots, the greens almost all sit up on little rises, so you can't see it too much on TV, but you got 4 or 5 feet of elevated green, and of course it's like hitting to the top of your head. So he doesn't want to be pin high left or right too much here. But it'll be interesting to see how this ball comes out, Roger.
Well, he's got a little over 160 yards to the flag. Wind almost dead against him from this angle, also a little bit from the right.
You think he can get to the ball and through that grass that's in front of his ball without catching him?
I believe it is possible he could get this ball in the green. Maybe 5 and 10. This is 7 iron. Coming out, going at the center of the green. Well, so it just came up short. What a shot. Good shot from there.
Well, let's look at this swing. Watch how he powers it back. He's bracing now to sort of hit a sack of sand. Right now, he's gearing all his muscles up. Wham! And drive it up there. And look at how he penetrates through that rough grass, still on the club face, falling off. And that's the mark of a great player that takes advantage of good breaks, and that was a good break.
Now, Ozaki, how far, Roger?
This from 135 yards, pin tucked in the very right portion of the green. Do not want to miss this ball right, and either. Got it going toward the center of the green, left of the flag.
Safely on. Ahead to 5.
Bob Tway.
Bob's been driving the ball beautifully, and he's got it going down the right center. He's got to hook a little bit as he takes that first rough.
And he has caught the rough. Bob Trey trying to bounce back from a bogey at 4 and back to 11.
Yeah, we saw the tee shot of Tom Lehman. Delicate little pitch here. Again, Lehman, the hottest golfer on the course. 3 birdies on the front side. Stands at 1 under, and let's move back to the tee at 5.
Phil Mickelson.
Looking a little tentatively.
And Mickelson also in the rough at 5.
Sitting up a little low down.
And now by the green, this is Bill Glasson.
And I'm telling you, that wind is starting to whip up now. I tell you, it's hard to make a ball bite downwind like that out of the rough.
To 7.
Scott Verplank, second shot here at the par 3-7.
Scott. Now 1 over par. Nice going, Scott.
To the 4th. And the situation for Greg Norman. Roger, help us here.
Well, he's elected to chip with an 8-iron here. He's got about 35 feet to the cup. It will break slightly to his left on the way up back into the wind. So this is probably going to be a little on the slow side, don't you think, John?
It is, yeah, it is. But all in all, it's sort of not exactly a tough chip shot, except for when you're leading the Open.
Nervous 3.5 feet.
2-6.
The par 4, 471 yards. Faldo struggling today, beginning at the first hole. .216 yards. This wind left to right, probably a 3-iron. And that's where you'll see a lot of shots missed to the right, even though that flag is limp. Sort of a grove of trees there that holds that from blowing so much. And let's go back to 4.
And the birdie attempt of Jumbo Ozaki. Has 2 brothers, one Joe, one Jet.
Roger, been a little surprised at how composed Jumbo is.
I was going to say, John, he's been very solid over the course of these 4 holes. Had a number of good shots. Just the one tee shot on 3 got away a little bit. But this from about 25 feet will bring just slightly to his left. Back up the hill. Never had enough speed.
Again to 6.
Back at 6, Davis Love.
202 yards.
Now this flagstick. That's where we've seen most of the shots, the right side of the green. Flagstick just 18 feet from the left fringe, but a tough flag to shoot at.
Nick Faldo are in position now, so they're not being timed, which is good.
Thank you, David Fay, for that information. Greg Norman. Roger, he's saved par already earlier this round at 1.
Well, you don't want to put too much pressure on your putter. Having to hold these putts time and time again, Trump. This is a 3.5-footer. Will move from his right to left, probably about right edge, depending what kind of speed he wants to put on this. But you don't want these par savers every hole. It takes its toll. Firmly struck.
With confidence. To 12.
Duffy Waldorf on this par 4 12th. And the former UCLA star just on. Waldorf triple bogey at 10. He's 8 over for the championship. Bob Tway.
Left. Got to lay it up. Not too bad, though, I think.
Now Lehman at 12. Playing with Duffy Waldorf.
For birdie. It put him 4 under for the day and 2 under for the championship. So Tom Lehman making a charge in front of those who led at the midpoint of this 95th U.S. Open.
It's great playing. Wind's up. Of course, is drying out. Getting perfect open conditions for the weekend.
To the 6th.
Nick Faldo with his 3rd shot. Got a lot of green to work with. If he has a good lie, he can pick sort of what he wants to do. Does he want to play a little pitch and run? Does he want to carry it a little farther onto the green? Can't afford to be dropping many more shots. Shaky start. Aggressive, so it leaves him about 5 or 6 feet to save his par at 6 and stay 3 over. Let's go back to the par 5 5th.
On the tee, Jumbo Ozaki.
Chris, a reachable par 5. Players have to watch out for driving through the fairway on the left side in this wind condition. We've got this ball going up the right side, flirting with the fairway bunkers on the right.
Fantastic shot. Way out there. Way out there. Just a par 4 from there.
God, he's just nailing this driver.
Jumbo's one of the longest hitters out here.
Yeah, he is. He tees the ball up inordinately high, and you'll watch him when he comes into it. He raises up like Ian Woosnam and just nails it with sort of an uppercut motion. And there's just a whole tour full of Japanese players over there that have copied him, and they all nail it.
So can this guy, Greg Norman.
Let it go.
Right down the center of the fairway, maybe left center of the fairway. Beautiful drive.
So Norman and Izaki in excellent position in the fairway at the par 5 fifth, but then comes the decision on the second shot. Third shot now, Bob Tway. He laid up. And the greens continuing to firm up. Back to 6.
Davis Love. This is putt for a birdie. Davis not yet had a par. Well, he may finally get his first par after 3 birdies, 2 bogeys on the first 5 holes to stay 1 under.
Tom Lehman for birdie. What a round for Lehman. His 4th birdie. And the wind continues to blow from the opening tee shot today, more than we've seen in this championship. This is the 5th, and Phil Mickelson.
His 3rd shot.
The master of spin, Phil Mickelson. Get up.
That's not a bad way to play this hole. We've seen so many second shots jump over the green, and then you get into bogey territory. And Mickelson and Tway approach it from short of the green, on and 3, and both have birdie opportunities. Mickelson's opening round of 68, just the second round in the 60s, and 16 U.S. Open rounds for him. And followed that up with a 70 yesterday. And back to 6.
Bill Glasson from the right rough. John?
David, he's just laying up down the left side of the fairway, maybe a little past the water. Must have had a reasonable lie to hit it that far, but obviously couldn't get to the green.
Looked like he hurt his wrist a little bit, but just kind of goes away in a few seconds. That fescue will test your tendons in your wrist, as Tiger Woods found out.
Bob Tway from just behind the 5th green. 4th shot.
And I have to say, Bob Tway looks so cool, calm, and collected. It's absolutely amazing. Reminds me of little Ernie Els last year when he won. Just like, no problem.
To 7.
Par 382 yards. You weren't with us earlier. Gary Hallberg with an ace today.
With a nice little 5-iron. Stell was hopping when it hit the pin and went down. Beautiful shot.
A little more right to left. Work its way down.
And you can see that flag stick right there is not doing too much. The wind is funny. It was blowing real hard about 20 minutes ago, and now it's back to more like the 10-mile-an-hour range, so it's just coming and going.
Get left. Get left.
shot there, Davis. I don't know what you expected, but that's a very good shot.
Back to 5. And a look at the silky smooth putting stroke of Phil Mickelson. This for birdie. And he's got it. And he also gets himself within 3 of the leader, Greg Norman. Celebrated his 25th birthday yesterday. And there is the leader, Greg Norman, as Mickelson moves up a notch.
And Greg is not exactly blistered to 5 pars this week. I don't have his total stats, but he's exited a lot of 5 pars with a sort of a grimace on his face.
Well, he's got a perfect angle from the left side of the fairway here, Johnny. He's got 221 to the front edge, 21 more to the pin, 242 to the hole. This a 4-iron downwind. Gonna have to nail it to get it there.
Swing, Greg.
He's done just that, going left of the hole at the center of the green.
Slow down, Bo. He killed it, Roger.
Boy, he did. That's a long way to fly a 4-iron in the air.
Almost have to land it in front.
Dan, did that reach the intermediate rough?
It did, just into the intermediate rough, below the chipping area.
Talk about a long way to hit it in the air. Jumbo Ozaki only has 201 yards to the front edge, 222 to the flag. This is a 6-iron. Got this ball going at the very left side of the green.
Not bad, Roger.
Good
Safely
play.
aboard.
Jumbo jumps it up on to the 5th. He'll have an eagle go at it. And a look at the leaderboard. Greg Norman, 5 under.
Britain's Willie Park had every intention of playing in the 1896 U.S. Open right here at Shinnecock, but the passenger ship he was on from England didn't dock in New York until the day after the championships had ended.
Greg Norman, his 3rd. Roger?
Got a pretty good lie, but he has this bank in front of him. Only about 9 feet from the hole does it level out, so instead of trying to chip the ball up onto the green and flirt with the ball really almost coming back to his feet, he's elected to chip it into this bank, Johnny, and try to run it up this hill. I think it's a wise choice.
Easy to leave it short. And I think Greg Norman on that kind of shot, that bump up shot, is as good as anybody that I've ever seen. That was a very difficult shot. You see how high? He had about 5 or 6 feet at rise to that green. And let's take a look at this. You got to just bump this perfectly into that bank. See this right here? 1 bounce, 2 bounces. He's still not on top. 3, 4. You know how hard that is to go up to the top of a volcano and stop it and then let it trickle over?
A volcano. From the top of your head to a volcano.
You have to be descriptive in this game.
Now, Jumbo Ozaki has reached this green in 2, and this will be for eagle. Roger?
Well, this from about 45 feet down across the green. Probably has a couple of very small breaks. Overall, not a lot of movement on it. It starts breaking to his right, and I think as it gets up near the cup, it may even move back to the left.
Jumbo's made all pars so far. This will be a nice change, even though I think Roger driving a 6-iron might qualify as another par if he makes 4.
Well, these two guys, I mean, they both hit the ball a long ways, but right now, Jumbo, I'd have to say, is getting the ball out there further than Greg.
And at 48 years old, I made the statement yesterday that I think that Jumbo Ozaki is the best player over 46 in the world, and that includes Hale Irwin, Ray Floyd, Jack Nicklaus. Tremendous golfer, absolute tremendous golfer.
To 7.
love does come up short. That was for birdie. Back to 6.
Second shot of Bob Tway. Dan Pohl, you're with that group. He had a, what, 209 to the front of the green? That hole's playing very long today. Let's go back to 5, though. Excuse me.
And pick up Greg Norman's birdie attempt.
That was from about 5.5 feet, Dan. Not too much movement in it. Probably inside the left part of the cup. May try to sneak to the back right part of his frame. This would be a great up and down from behind this green.
Another 5-par opportunity lost.
And a chance for Ozaki to get within 1 of Norman. Mentioned Jumbo Ozaki, Johnny, how great a player he is at the age of 48. He's got a contingent of Japanese photographers following him. At least a dozen follow his every move. In fact, somebody figured out they must have taken about 1,000 snapshots of him in one day from one photographer.
Well, he's the Arnold Palmer of Japan, and Asao Aoki is the Jack Nicklaus of Japan, but really Jumbo has a better record. But he is the crown prince. He is the showman, big-time showman over there.
And Ozaki's within 1 of Norman to 7.
And Davis Love, that was for par. Back to 6.
Phil Mickelson with his second shot. Third shot, I beg your pardon. Driven into the rough and had to play short of the lake. Dan Pohl, you with this group?
Yeah, this is from 112 yards right to the flag. He's driven the ball in the rough more today than he has all the first 2 days, missing 3 fairways already, and he's been struggling. Made a couple birdies to keep him in it, but he's going to have to settle down with the driver. Again, 112 yards for the pitching wedge. Well, he's got to go right of the flag. He's going to have to spin.
Not a real good shot from that shorter distance to stick to 11.
Par 311, Corey Pavin. 8 iron, yes, he stands at +1. Well done, Corey Pavin. At the par 311. Back to 6.
He shot of Jumbo Ozaki.
See how high he tees it? Watch how he comes up into it. Down, up. There he goes.
Isn't that a good swing, Clark?
This one going at the right edge of the fairway.
Perfect.
Bounce safely back into the right side of the fairway. Good drive.
It's a very brave drive there, Roger. Let's look at the swing, Johnny.
Well, let's take a look at this again. You can see his head right there. He's loading up really big time. See the muscles, and watch this, how he comes up right at impact to raise up to get that ball that's sitting so high on the tee. And that uppercut move has got a lot of power.
There's another man with a lot of power, Greg Norman. Now, from where the players are, you can't see where your ball lands on this fairway. You've got to be a little more left than your tee sets up for. And the wind blowing from the player's left makes it a difficult driving hole.
Looks a lot like a 3-wood.
Just going right. And I believe it stayed in the primary rough to the right of the fairway.
It looked that way, Roger. It's having a little problem as we go look at the clubhouse.
Only 5 players under par for the championship. Jumbo Ozaki pinching in on Greg Norman. Sports Illustrated's Rick Riley joins us now. His role, professor. The classroom, Shinnecock Hills, and the subject matter, the U.S. Open.
And now, class, today's topic is what the U.S. Open is not. It's not the Quad Cities. It's not drivers, sand wedge, one putt. It's not the long-distance shootout. It's not the Wednesday Pro-Am. And let's see if one of the Gatlin brothers can make a net one here.
You can play in all the Milwaukee Opens and Quad City Opens and a lot of tournaments you can play in. But this is the one that everybody looks at.
It's rough you could lose a small farm animal in. Its fairways no wider than your average lap pool. Its greens a decorator could cover with a decent-sized throw rug.
Since birth, we've known what the U.S. Open meant.
It's not 4 rounds at Realtor View Country Club. You may actually have to pull out your 2-iron here. Do you still have it?
This golf course is, I think it's one of the hardest courses I've ever played.
23 under will not win it. Actually, anything under might not win it. It will not be a lot of laughs. You won't be able to call your stockbroker at the turn. And you won't be able to call your therapist either, though you might want to. You will find yourself practicing in stuff only Doppler radar could love. You will be lousy dinner conversation. Your brain will ache trying to find a loophole. But mere aches will not stop you from playing.
You take a pretty deep thinker here, I think, to win.
You will find yourself muttering things you never dreamed of muttering, like, please get in the bunker, and bogey, yes, and your 5 minutes are up, Mr. Nicholas. But if you think of a way to survive it, if you find a hidden purse of courage and skill tucked way deep inside you, if you stare it down and conquer it, you will be seated at one of the best tables in the great hall of golf history.
Well, give me my choice to win one. I'll take the national championship anytime. If I die tomorrow and don't even get to tee off, I've had a hell of a golf career.
For you will have won at a magic place, at a magic time.
If I won here, it would mean a great deal because it was the 100th anniversary.
When the once great were still strong enough, and the coming great were no longer too young, when they played on a Scottish jewel in an American setting, and you kissed the prettiest girl at the biggest dance. Rick Riley, Sports Illustrated.
Well done, Rick. The power of tradition and history and what you strive little boys dream of, all coming to play here at Shinnecock Hills.
And the USGA goes all over the country to find the finest tests of golf they can find, and they present it in the best manner to separate the men from the boys.
Mickelson made bogey at 6, so he's 1 under. Let's go out to Jumbo Ozaki.
And Roger Maltby, you're with this group. What kind of shot has he got?
Well, he's got a great angle being in the right side of the fairway. He has 217 yards to the flag, 204 to the front edge.
Looks a little undecided. Lie, okay?
Lie is very good.
What about the wind? Don't the trees left there block out a little bit of the wind, or at least up by the green?
They sure do, Dave. You can't feel it really very strongly here in the fairway, but up by the green, that flag is whipping left to right.
Didn't look like he wanted to hit it, guys, and he didn't.
Yes, well, right.
Well, that was
hit.
That was one of those raise-ups that caused that right-to-right shot.
Yep, he got quick, lost his timing and tempo, and it was not a good-looking swing.
The 11th, Corey Pavin for birdie. Yes, and Corey Pavin moves to even par. And back to 6.
What about Norman's problems here, Roger?
Well, he's got another very good lie in the rough. He's in a bit of a burnout area, and this is the kind of ball, the kind of lie he can get the ball to jump, Dave. So he's got 206 yards to the flag. He's got a 6 iron. He's looking for a huge flyer.
Well, he's about to use up all his good breaks here, all of his front 9.
I mean, this is a terrific lie. You would never expect this.
4 times so far in 6 holes he's been in the long rough.
Come on, Bo. He's got him jumping. I don't know if it'll get all the way there, but it's a good-looking shot if it does.
What a good shot.
Well, he got it over the lake, and it's real soft there. That's a soft part of this course because of the lake and the water. Let's go to 11.
Of course, the shortest hole on the course. This is Steve Stricker's tee shot at 11. Stricker just bogeyed at 10. He stands at +1 for the tournament. Even par for the day. Reasonable birdie opportunity for young Steve Stricker. Back to 7.
Bob Tway, 3 behind Norman.
on the very uncomfortable 7th hole. I mean, they're just darn near impossible to get it closer. I mean, if it gets over near the hole, it just runs off the green. So you really try to just make par.
To 14. Second shot of Tom Lehman. Dead downwind. Just see a piece of the green from the second shot. And it's very difficult to hold. Back to 7.
Phil Mickelson.
And the one successful shot we saw was Gary Hallberg's, and his ball would have been probably off the green if it hadn't gone in. It just keeps trickling. We have a very interesting thing to show you here. There's some 3D animation, and you can see as we come in close to the green how much slope you have right to left onto this green. You can see that right there. Maybe that doesn't look a lot to you folks, but now take a look at it. And when you have that kind of slope, like I said, with maybe 11.0 on the stemp meter, that is very difficult to stop. Once it makes its turn left and starts heading off the green, and you'll watch the back of the green, how the back even falls off more severely. You can see that there, and that's why those pins that are in the back right corners you see now, or front right corners you look now, roll right off the green into the rough. You can see that. You can really see it now that you've seen a 3D, and look at this. Even the pin, you see how it's laying left? Because of that much slope. Tremendous little hole. I mean, it's the kind of hole you go, oh my gosh, can I just make a par?
Well, that's one of the most copied holes in golf. That Verdun hole, as you well know, John.
Yes, it is.
It's one at the sister course here at the National as we go back to number 6. Not sure at this point who's away, Roger.
I'm not sure either. I don't know if they've really decided between themselves yet. I think Jumbo is off and they play first. He seems to be getting ready.
He's over where Faldo was moments ago when Faldo chipped up, made his par here.
Well, it's pretty straightforward. The ball's sitting down a little bit, but he's got a lot of green to work with. He'll break to his left.
Good lie?
Yep, not too bad. Well, not his best shot, but he has left himself an effort uphill, so.
In the par 311.
30th attempt of Steve Stricker. Very difficult hole placement today. He makes his par 3 and stays at +1 ahead to 14.
Third shot of Tom Lehman, back from behind the green at 14. Pitch shot. And that left for par to remain 3 behind Norman. Back to 6.
Back in 6. Speaking of Norman, this is his 4th green that he's missed. First 6 holes.
Using a sandwich, just a straightforward uphill pitch shot. That went awfully hard.
A little aggressive, too. Well.
Left himself no bargain, Dave.
Yeah. Really not fine-tuned today. Let's go to 7.
Bob Tway and Phil Mickelson aboard this par 3. Dan?
Oh, this is a very difficult putt here. You know, it's just such a fast putt going down the hill. He's got to just hope that he can lag it down there within a couple of feet. Johnny, once it reaches the hole, it takes off.
If this putt were to go about 4 or 5 feet past the hole, it'll go right off the green, and that's why players are doing this. Constantly you're seeing putts short here because they know there's a fall off just past the hole. And that's a very good putt by Bob Tway.
The 14. Par attempt for Lehman. Boy, what a great putt. No bogeys today through 14 for Tom Lehman. He stays 3 back to 6.
We find Norman working on this. What would you say, Roger? How long is it's hard to tell from behind exactly how long this putt is.
Well, it's about 9 feet coming down the hill, Dave. And probably has to play just off the hole on the right side. Again, depending on what kind of pace he wants to hit this putt with, but it should move to his left.
He made the same kind of putt on the 4th hole with the authority right in the heart.
Putting a lot of pressure on his putter, John.
Yeah, he is. Making me nervous watching. pretty good. Right speed. All pars.
Johnny, is this Ben Crenshaw and Greg Norman's hat?
I'll tell you.
Well, speaking of that, let's go to 7.
Phil Mickelson for birdie.
His kind of putt. This green yesterday scared the guys so badly. I really believe this. They were so scared from yesterday. They was faster yesterday that everybody's leaving it short now.
A 6. Jumbo, of course, his par putt coming from the opposite side should do just about the same thing. The ball moved to his right. And again, that looks longer than it does when you're looking straight at the hole in the ball. So big putt for Jumbo here. First time it looks like he might drop a shot. Which is good. Pure. Well done. The man who many wondered about as to whether he can hold up with Greg Norman is certainly playing a lot better than Greg. He's one shot back going to the 7th hole. You see the leaderboard. Tom Lehman making his move. Tway playing very well. Nicholson a little shaky. Corey making a move. Davis Love making a lot of birdies, but also backing that up with some short putts missed. Let's go to 9T.
Davis Love into this picturesque par 4 into the clubhouse.
Want to aim right there at the right flag and let it move into the clubhouse. And you do not. Ooh, just made it. Very good tee shot. Good drive there, Davis. This hole here, if you hit it in the rough, you just cannot. You have to lay it up on a 4-par. That's the bottom line.
And 9 has played second toughest through the first 2 rounds. Now out to the 15th tee. Par 4, 415 yards. And Tom Lehman, 4 under for the day, 2 under for the championship.
Doing himself proud. This is through the first 2 rounds is playing the 5th hardest hole. Hitting from way up high. He's not happy with this. The wind really comes into play here because you're up so high, and that is big trouble there. We saw all kinds of travails there from Raymond Floyd yesterday and others, and this tee has been moved back. You can see the length of the tee now.
Back to 7. Jumbo Ozaki.
Par 3 playing 182 yards. Wind is really blowing quite strong right now, John. Jumbo going with a 4-iron. It's against him and right to left.
Sounded heavy.
He did catch it a little heavy, going slightly left of the flag.
Boy, sometimes those heavy shots bore through. I think that was a little much club for him, wasn't it, Roger?
It might have been, John, but the wind, like I say, back here is just funneling through these hedges after by the tee, and it feels very strong.
Let's take a look at the swing and see how it looked. The last longer iron on the number 6, he did not swing smoothly. You can see right there, coming down pretty nice and steady right there. Looks pretty darn good. Chases after it nicely, but you can see how much dirt came up there. But this is not a good lie right here. It's got into the green, written into it, has gone into the primary rough, which is about 6 inches high. And the only thing good is the green will really hold from there because it's tilted so heavily into him. Greg Norman has been sort of dodging bullets, the bogey bullets, and I give him a lot of credit. I'll tell you, right now he could very easily be about 2 under par, Roger Maltby. And you can see really taking his time on every shot. Don't blame him.
And Greg Norman has picked a 5-iron. Wind now seems to be settling down just a little bit.
Got to be into it, come up there, doesn't it?
What do you think of the perfect shot, Roger? It landed about 15, 20 feet right of the hole, kicked once, and then left, and then trickle down. And...
Well, on paper, that's perfect.
I mean, you can't aim at the hole, is what I'm trying to say.
That's right. come off this ball headed toward the right, very right edge. And this hit well short of me.
That sounded like it hit right on the end of the club. I don't know if it did. Maybe we can even pick it up where it hits at impact, but that was a very strange sound. You see where the ball's on the club face here? Take a look at this swing here. Comes in, doesn't turn out, and hits it right on the outside.
So Greg Norman, his brilliant putting, and that alone keeping him in the lead, but by only one over Jumbo Ozaki. Doing coverage of this, the 95th U.S. Open, the Centennial Open. Let's go to 15. Tom Lehman, 4 under for the day, 2 under for the championship. His second shot into this par 4.
And this is one heck of a hard shot if he doesn't try to lay it up. Because this green is super heavily bunkered with 5 bunkers fronting it. And that, to me, was a very major mental error. We had that situation yesterday, and the grass is so long that you're asking for nothing but trouble there.
Speaking of trouble, back to the 7th.
See how far right he's hitting this ball? This could go off the green, folks. In fact, this is just about book it. And when's the last time we have seen so many guys chipping from the edge of the green and miss the green?
The ultimate test has been prepared by the United States Golf Association to determine the national champion here at Shinnecock Hills.
Very surprising to have Greg hit that long. I would have sworn that he would have missed it just a little short and right, and just if he hit it a little hard by accident, fine, but err on the short side.
About half the field has finished. Only 2 sub-70 rounds. Gary Hallberg and Ian Woosnam, 69s today.
Our attempt by Mark McCumber at the 11th. It is tee shot in the bunker, yes. Shinnecock Hills will definitely bring you to your knees.
Well, don't make too many marks on the green there, Mark. Somebody else will get put out of those kneecap prints.
Third shot for Greg Norman at this par 3 7th.
Back up the hill, move a little bit to his right, chipping with an 8-iron. Johnny, don't you think if he'd left his first chip shot short, however, then if he tries to make the putt, he could possibly make 5?
Yeah, but I mean, you just got to err on, you know, let's say 6 feet right and short, and if you hit a little hard, fine, you're a hero. You just, you know, yeah, he makes, like you say, he could have done what you said, though.
Davis Love's third shot at 9. And good position for his par 4.
Nice little pitch shot.
To 15. Third shot, Tom Lehman.
Playing a sand shot from not the sand. That's what he was doing there. He was just playing an explosion shot, and he got, the ground must have been harder than he thought, and it bounced into the ball, and now he's got to pay the price.
Jumbo Ozaki at 7.
Jumbo chipped to this point from left of the green. As Johnny said, all the green was against him, and the ball just came out fluffing and short. This is a left edge putt to save par.
Ooh. Well, little 7, Roger, produced 8 cumulative strokes for these 2 great players.
That was a chance to move into a share for the lead. Only the 3rd bogey for Norman in the championship. Bogeyed 8 and 10 yesterday after a bogey-free round to open the championship. And the updated leaderboard with the leaders dropping a shot at 7. Everyone moves closer. Only 5 men under par to this point for the championship. To 9.
Davis Love, even par, in case you didn't watch the leaderboard there. Trying to save par on this super difficult 9th hole. 3rd hardest hole in the course through the first 2 rounds.
this has been the second toughest hole, second to 6 in the championship. So Love, with an apparent par, has to walk to 10.
And I mean,
pondering
talk about
bogey.
some bogeys and birdies. Raymond trying to chip it in here to save par.
And will drop his first shot today for birdie round to the 8th tee.
The attacking style of Jumbo Ozaki goes with the driver, tees it up, and lets it fly. Fantastic. You can see the hole right there coming out of that chute. And you can see how coming out of the tee shot area right here, you're trying to drive it into this area right here. And Jumbo has put the ball in perfect position. This used to be fairway here, a lot of this. So this rough is extremely thick. So you got to be careful if you hit it left, even though the green opens up from the left.
It's the shortest par 4, 367, but there are 12 bunkers accommodating the golfer to the green. Ahead to the 9th tee, Bob Tway.
Going down the left center of the fairway. Should be a perfect drive for Bob. Johnny, if there's a lot of holes out here, you got to get the ball in the fairway in. But wouldn't you say that this 9th hole is particularly important?
9 and 10, you just got to drive it in the fairway. Both those holes are so important. How's Mickelson look so far to you, Dan Pohl?
Well, he's gotten over top of a couple drives. He's actually hitting low hooks, and I think with this wind, it doesn't really set up for a left-handed player too well. He's fighting it with it and across it, a lot more, a little indifferent in his long game. But he'll stay in there. He's got a good enough short game where he'll hold it in there.
Want to start it right at his forehead and work it to the center of the clubhouse. See that wind going right to left.
That's a good shot there. Got it going down the right center, cutting it back in. Perfect shot.
Hits the downslope, gets a little bit of run.
So Phil Mickelson, 1 under, Tway 2 under. Moving in on the leader, Greg Norman, safely in the fairway on 9. The 95th U.S. Open Championship. Shinnecock Hills Golf Club providing a most interesting challenge.
Okay. Picture the shot now and hit it.
Welcome back.
Well, you can see the distance discrepancy here between the Jumbo Zaki's ball and Greg Norman, at least 10, 15 yards ahead of him, and Jumbo has been averaging 285 for third longest in the tournament. Greg Norman 275. So I don't know if that's disconcerting to the long Greg Norman, but here's a good birdie opportunity if you can hit a good iron.
To the flag slightly. Looks like the wind kind of hit it, Johnny.
Nope, he's only hit 2 greens out of 8 tries now. And that is not the Greg Norman we've watched for 2 rounds. It was sort of routine this course, and almost apologetically was only 2 under the first round because it looked like he should be much better. Now it's the opposite.
Jumbo Ozaki now has about 120 yards to the flag, but realistically playing more like about 135, John. Wind gusting at him right to left. Had an attempt to knock down a 9-iron. He got up ahead of it, and it's going at the very right side of the green.
Well, he knew that was a good opportunity. He squandered.
Ahead to the 9th. Bob Tway, his second shot.
Well, Bob's got 165 to the flag, and you're sitting down in this little swale down here. You know the wind's howling from right to left and just a little bit into you, but it's hard to make yourself take the right stick out here. You got plenty of room behind the flag up there, Johnny, but I think the guys are going to play long, but then it's a tough putt coming down that hill.
Yep. And Bob Tway is quietly putting himself in the same position he was on this hole. He bogeyed this hole to make a 9-way tie in 1986, the final round, but he's quietly putting himself in a position to take a golfing mulligan. Another chance at the Open.
Well, he's taking that in real high, hanging it out to right. If it keeps coming, it should be a good shot.
That's a good one. He's playing great golf, isn't he, Dan?
He's really swinging at it well, and he's under control. That's the thing that's amazed me with Bob. He's really playing with a lot of confidence and control.
Right now, he, to me, is the man that has it most under control.
Look at his improvement from a year ago. He snapped a 4.5-year period without victory when he won at Hilton Head earlier this year.
It's pretty good when you almost improve by about 80, 90 points in every category.
This is Phil Mickelson from 165 yards, 7-iron. He's going to have to hit this pretty solid. If he turns it into the wind, he may come up short. Well, he caught all of it, but it's leaking left. Boy, that could be dead over there if it doesn't get a good hop.
There are no good hops there unless you hit a ground squirrel.
Back to 8.
Tough little chip shot for Greg Norman. Looks like chipping with an 8-iron. We'll have to bump it into a little bank where the green falls off on the left side. This will kick the ball left. Very delicate little shot. Really well done there. His composure's been great, Johnny. He's given himself many chances to make bogey, and he just keeps hanging in there.
I really believe he is so good at that bump and run that this new cutting procedure around the green could win him the U.S. Open Championship because that's his bread and butter.
Greenside bunker, third shot, Davis Love at 10. See how well Davis Love played on the front side, including 10. He just missed to the fairway at 10. First fairway he missed today, 18 putts through the front side. Back to 8.
Jumbo Ozaki, 1 shot behind Norman.
40-footer downhill. Will move a little bit from his right to left. Not a whole lot of break, but should have some movement right to left. Well, never hit it hard enough. Boy, it looks straight downhill from there, Johnny. I'm sure he was really deceived by that putt.
Yeah, remember when I was saying that I was out there with Crenshaw on that green putting sideways, and it actually breaks the opposite, the fall is the opposite way that it looks, and I think that's what he was confused by. And now after bogeying 7, you don't want to open the faucet of bogeys too widely at this open venue. You want to get this putt. This is an important one to get the bogey run stopped now and get back on track because 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 are as tough as you get.
Jumbo is almost Michael Jordan-esque in his popularity in Japan. He has 7 golf stores. You can be sure Japanese television covering this U.S. Open Classic has considerable number of viewers watching. So he loses another shot to -2. The leaders backing into the field. Let's go to 9.
Well, this is going to test his skills. Half buried in there, straight downhill when it hits the green. About as good as he could do, Johnny, out of that lie.
That was no chance.
sometimes on these holes, you just got to give up and play for the potential par, and if you make bogey, go on.
The only chance he had there is if he hit the pin and stopped.
You know, I'm wondering if turning 25 yesterday, you know, maybe he feels a little older today and a little worn out.
Yeah, that'd be the day.
And we all feel older, including old Snoopy, the MetLife blimp cruising the skies of Long Island, providing coverage of the United States Open. The blimp will cover more than 35 sporting events and television specials in 1995. We switch down the fairway to the 9th tee and Greg Norman.
Well, those other drives that he was able through his power and good fortune, really, we shouldn't not mention that, because he's had some wonderful lives in some tough positions. He needs to hit a good drive here and get it anywhere within the confines of the clubhouse is just fine. The veranda on either end is just fine.
Got it going at the right edge of the clubhouse, turning slightly left. Beautiful. That ball was nailed, Jenny.
Yeah, he rode the wind. That's the ideal shot. Up on the flat, Rogers. Absolutely a perfect position to come into this front left pin.
Now Ozaki, who will tee it up, look into that beautiful vista. The clubhouse was built in 1892, the oldest in the United States, for a cost of $6,500.
I would probably buy the chandelier about these days.
Just about exactly on the same line as Greg's. Beautiful tee shot.
Kissing cousins.
Let's move ahead to the 10th.
And this is the par 10th by Davis Love at 10. No.
Now to 9. This is for birdie, Bob Tway.
Very fast putt. Just puts the club head onto the ball and maybe overdid it a little bit, but not bad.
Now Tom Lehman on that front page of the leaderboard. His third shot at 16.
Nice shot going a little left. That's what you get out of that rough. You just certainly don't want to miss this to the right. Gives himself a chance to get back the shot that he dropped at 15. Having the best round of the day. 3 under so far as we go back to 9.
Now, we heard so much about Shinnecock Hills prior to this U.S. Open Championship. So did most of the world's best golfers. And then they came here and the raves began, even though the score is not great. Just fantastic spot.
One thing the viewers got to know, just have to know, a nice par there for Bob Tway at 9. This says it's a par 70, but really it's probably par 72. You got about 5 par 4s that could be just about classified as 5 pars, so they're not really 4 under. They're a little bit more under than that.
4.5. 211.
The par 3, the shortest hole here at Shinnecock Hills today, playing 157, the smallest green. Fowler's choice is a 9-iron. Nick played the front side 5 over today. Into the wind.
You see that bounce?
Ahead to 16.
Lehman's attempt for 4 at 16, a birdie. But a little slower than it looks. Looks like it's got enough speed. Boy, did he misfigure that break. You don't often see a professional misjudge the break that much. really surprised Tom. Let's go back to 9.
And the second shots of Ozaki and Norman. Roger?
Jumbo's left himself 158 yards to the flag, and you just couldn't walk out here and drop it in a better spot, Johnny. It's the most level part of the fairway with the pin in the front left, and it gives him the best angle at the flag. This is just ideal.
Yeah, I was looking at both of those, and that's about as easy as you can make this whole play, because they can throw it out to the right a little, ride that wind, and then kick left and almost backspin it right down to the hole because they have such a short shot.
Jumbo's got an 8-iron. I'm sure he'll try to get this ball nice and high in the air, let the wind help him. Might be going just a little left of the flag.
Well, Ernie Els won the U.S. Open last year, chewing on the gum the whole time, and I think Jumbo thought, well, works pretty good for him. I'll give it a shot.
Greg now has 154 yards to the flag. The identical shot. I think this is just a perfect pin for him. He can hit it right at the number 9 green sign behind the green, Johnny. He likes to kind of hold the ball against the wind anyway and just let it drop down softly. I think he can get this ball close from here.
Yep.
142 front edge.
142 the front edge, you hear, and he wants to land it just past that. One big hop up just right of the hole and side spin it right down to it.
This also an 8-iron. Needs to start hitting some greens, though.
Yeah, 2 greens are that'll wear you out, like you said, and you keep struggling for pars.
Attaboy. Good swing.
Good looking shot.
One disadvantage Greg Norman has, they cheer so much for every shot, he doesn't know how stiff it is. When they cheer for you, Roger, you know it's close.
It's hanging on the edge.
Oh, Greg Norman with a 2-shot advantage over Bob Tway and Jumbo Ozaki. Makes his way up the hill and onto the 9th green. A large gallery following the leaders. 25,000 tickets sold all in advance for each of the 4 days' play. Wonderfully well-mannered audience. We have a moment. A reminder, next Saturday at 2:30 Eastern, NBC Sports will present an NBA special, the Expansion Draft. Join host Bob Costas. Find out which players will play for the NBA's latest additions, the Toronto Raptors and the Vancouver Grizzlies. Plus special appearances by Raptor GM Isaiah Thomas, Grizzly GM Stu Jackson. That's next Saturday, 2:30 Eastern. Let's go to 17.
Tom Lehman at the par 3 17, 200 yards. Wind never did touch that, and he's just in the back fringe. He'll be able to putt that a good shot.
Laws at 9 for Ozaki and Norman. We move to 11.
Bunker shot. Nick Faldo.
And look at how deep this is. And when you see a pro, Bob Trumpy, I mean, not get it out of a bunker. When he hits it pretty good, you know you got a deep bunker.
I know that's a deep bunker. Can't even walk up the incline to the green. Started at 1 with the double bogey for Nick Faldo. Came here was the favorite pick by a lot of people with his consistency, his ability to make par after par after par. Today it has not happened. It's his 3rd shot now at the 11th.
Same player, Bob Trumpy.
Back to 9.
First hole might have taken the heart right out of him.
Jumbo Ozaki. How far do you figure this one, Roger?
Well, this is a little better than 30 feet, Dick. There's really not a whole lot of movement in this putt. The hard part of it is the pace. This is straight downhill, very fast. Now, that's a good lag. If you get it down there close enough, you don't have to mark it, Johnny. That's a pretty good putt.
Yes. Anytime you make 4 on this hole, you got to be thankful. He's happy. Stop the bogeyman run.
So, Jumbo makes the turn 1 over today, as is Greg Norman to this point. How far for Greg?
About 18 feet underneath the hole, and this is right where you want it on this green. Not a lot of movement. May go slightly to his left, but this is really makeable. It's very slow. It's up the hill. You got to give it a pretty good rap.
Only 10 putts through 8 holes, and that's why Norman is still in the lead.
Really a big turnabout from his play of the first 2 rounds, though, Johnny. Don't you think? He gave himself so many birdie putts. As a matter of fact, really didn't capitalize on a lot of the opportunities he had, but this is just his 3rd birdie putt of the day.
Well, let's put it this way. There's no one that's going to go through 4 rounds here just sort of whistling through the tulips. This thing is a tough championship on a tough course, so if he can keep this round together, he's in great position to win this championship tomorrow. A little slow, this putt. Easy to leave it short left.
Turn. Greg Norman with the lead. Had a chance to extend it to 3 shots.
He thought he had it. I know he did.
Who's your friend, Roger?
So Norman by 2 over Tway and Ozaki. Lehman, the round of the day, 3 off the lead. Only 4 of the best players in the world under par for this U.S. Open Championship. And most of them would say the tough 9, the backside. And here's Johnny to take us through it.
Well, you can see the 10th hole here. It's a blind shot. Par 4, 409 yards. You want to hit it just left of that bunker there on the right. The left corner right there. Get a piece of it, and you hit it out here right here to an area that a lot of players will hit to this first flat here. That leaves them maybe about 200 yards. More players hit it to the top of the hill, but a lot of them will go all the way down to the bottom right here where Tiger Woods. And the difficulty on this hole really lies in the fact that the green is sitting right up on a knob, so very difficult par. 11th hole, we've been watching, 157 yards uphill, heavily bunkered by bunkers that are probably 8 or 9 feet deep, a tough par again. And then 12, what can I say, 472 yards. Somehow you've got to fit your tee shot in the fairway, otherwise it's a par 5. Hit it right here between the bunkers. A lot of days, some days you can hit the downslope over this left bunker and come in with about a 7-iron, which today could be the case. The green has got some bunkering, but it's pretty open. You can run it in there. The green's not too hard to putt, but all in all, this is a very difficult par 4. 13th hole, 377 yards. Some relief from the difficulty of 9, 10, 11, and 12. You want to hit a 3-wood about out here. Right now, hits the downslope of this hill right here and runs up through this lumpity lump right there you see right there, and it leaves you about a 9-iron to a green that is, you can birdie this hole. This is definitely a birdie hole. 14th hole, some people say is the most beautiful hole on the golf course. A very narrow chute that you're hitting through. The trees on the left can come into play if you try to hit a tee shot. The tee shot really goes about just short of this bunker right here downwind with a 3-wood. From there, the players are going in with a 6, 7, 8-iron to this very narrow chute. These bunkers do come into play, especially if you miss the drive in the rough. 15th hole, up high, as you can see right here, hitting downhill, severely downhill to a beautiful teeing area. A lot of balls go right here by this tree in the heavy native fescue grasses, and you can see how heavily this green is bunkered. If you hit it in the rough, you got almost no chance to hit the green. 16th hole, par 5, 544 yards. You can see right here, this bunker on the right gets plenty of action right here. Some players even lay up to keep from going in there, because if you go in there, this hole gets real long and narrow, because you got to fit it between these 5 bunkers left and the rough right. The players do hit the fairway, lay it up most of the time just by this bunker here, which leaves around 115, 120 yards to this green. 7th hole can play from 2 different tees, but today is 200 yards from the back left tee. You can see the wind today is going from left to right, which makes it a difficult shot. Now the 18th hole. It was the toughest hole in 1986 in the U.S. Open, 450 yards uphill. You don't get much roll. This bunker right here, 200 yards from the tee side of that left fairway bunker to the green. It's a sort of a blind second shot. And the tough part of this hole, if you play it perfectly, is the green itself. The green has tremendous back-to-front tilt, a big tier in the middle, and 3 putts can happen in a heartbeat. So, all in all, what a golf course, and lots of action coming up for you.
And Greg Norman tees it off at 10.
And that's why there wasn't a lot of cheering going on. That thing was left all the way, and that's trouble.
Birdie attempt, Phil Mickelson, presently at even par.
Looks good.
He now becomes one of 5 players presently under par. And back to the tee at 10.
Going, I think, with a more prudent shot, which widens the fairway out. But you've got to hit the fairway if you're going to go with an iron. And he is not going to, and that right there has got bogey at least written all over it.
218.
And Tom Lehman, he parred 17.
Might have started right. Hopefully it's coming back. And it is. It's sort of a going hook right in that wind, and that's a nice tee shot by Tom Lehman.
Scores are up, but Lehman playing best of all.
This is at the 11th, just before this group. Nick Faldo bogeyed 11. This for birdie for Nick Price. Stands at +2. Take his par 3. If that one goes in, nothing can be taken for granted today. Price on the front side, 3 bogeys, par 10, has this left for a par at 11. Let's go back to 10 while Nick Price surveys that putt. Ozaki and the left rough. Roger, who's first and which is the more difficult?
Jumbo is first. Well, they're both very difficult. Jumbo's ball has gone down to the bottom in this primary rough, just off the fairway. One of the worst lies I've seen. 171 yards to the flag. He cannot reach this green. I can't believe he can power it from this lie.
Uh-oh.
Got it coming out left. It tangled up and came out left, Johnny.
That could be big number there.
That's in the fescue grass.
Downslope. Look at that laying across. That'll twist the club even more than normal. So
Greg Norman's got it in the shrubs over here to the left, and it's really in there deep.
That's not just jail, huh? That's...
Oh, man, that just scares me looking at it, that shot where Ozaki is.
Well, really, his only hope is just to aim right down here at the bottom of the fairway, Johnny, and just try to hack it out of here and hope he can chase it down to the bottom of the fairway and give himself a full wedge to the green. It's really a much better play than if he'd say he'd had a lie where he could have tried to go in for the green and not quite reached it and rolled back down underneath. What a tough shot that is. But this will be just a layup out to the right, hoping he can advance it.
Man, it's just, what a golf course. I mean, really, it's absolutely spectacular. I know these guys don't like being there, but it really is interesting to watch this championship played at Shinnecock.
Johnny, Greg Norman has hit just 3 of 8 fairways, just 3 of 9 greens, and is just 1 over to this point.
And if you think this is an easy layup, this is not.
He's only trying to carry the ball 30 yards, John.
Yeah, I know. Who knows what the club face might do on this. He's powerful enough to pull it off, though.
He got it out of there. It's going to be down in the bottom. Couldn't ask for more.
Smart shot. And who will be away, Roger?
Oh, Greg will be away.
Now to the tee at 11, Phil Mickelson. Again, 157, playing into the wind. Mickelson coming off birdie at 10. He stands at 1 under par in his 95th U.S. Open championship.
Wind the same, Bob?
Yes, still at them. The back nine here at Shinnecock Hills, but today this is heavy lifting. Bob Tway. Dan Cole, club selection?
Well, they're right in between a 7 and an 8 iron, and really I'm standing up here about halfway between the green, and that wind is really coming left to right. Phil kind of, he works the ball with the wind a lot, and he just got over the top of the touch, and that wind kind of pulled it to the right. Bob's probably just a solid 8-iron, leaving it out to the left side of the green. Just let the wind kind of help it back in. You certainly don't want to be long left here, but this is like hitting to a little small island up there. So he'll probably lay it out there. Just a nice solid 8-iron for him. See if he can get it on the putting surface. That's heading just right of the flag, looking like a good shot.
Third shot, Greg Norman.
94 yards of sand iron. Tough pin up front.
Don't come up short here, Greg.
Needs to get up. Watch out. Now he's really going to have a tough chip, John.
That is a definite no-no there.
That's a bit of a sucker hole location. You just got to play the ball past the flag, Johnny.
That's one of the greatest pin placements I've ever seen in championship golf. It's totally fair. You just cannot mess with short. I was very impressed with the right bunker. Really, it's a fairly easy shot over in the right bunker if you were in the rough to go there, but you definitely would be better off along.
218. Tom Lehman's second shot.
Shot Tom.
36-year-old Tom Lehman. He's had the round of the day.
Ozaki in the hay at 10.
Jumped out of the rough, going deep, going long. He really didn't have much there. That was really deep in there.
Gentlemen, let me give you the bad news about 10. There have been 4 triple bogey 7s on the 10th hole today. Cullen Montgomery, Ben Crenshaw, Tom Kite, Duffy Waldorf, all because of the slope in the front of the green, and you can see just how difficult this golf course is playing today.
All week. 3.7.
Well, that's 3.7 through 2 rounds. Today it's playing 4.2 over par.
I can believe it. Yeah, I'll tell you, you talk about those 7s on 10, and we've got 2 guys right here that are threatening big time for that number. Roger?
You bet. Right now, Greg Norman is faced with one of the hardest pitch shots you can imagine having. He's got to get this ball up on the green at least 3 or 4 feet. Otherwise, it's going to come right back to him again. If he wants to try to play it close, he's flirting with 7 or more.
What is he trying, the Crenshaw method here? Watch this, in case you just tuned in. This is Ben Crenshaw trying the shot. Gets a little heavy. You can hear the sound.
And it rolls all the way back down to the bottom of the hill. Now Greg Norman almost the same shot.
Trying to pitch it into the hill with the 6-iron.
Get up.
That's up.
What a great shot. That was very, very good, huh, Roger?
You bet. Really good. Couldn't ask for more.
Well, that was Greg Norman's 4th shot.
didn't show Ben Crenshaw's second effort trying to pitch it back up that hill, but the second one was a little heavy also and came back to his feet. And then finally he got it up there and ruined his round almost.
Now Phil Mickelson, greenside bunker at 11. That's pretty darn good there.
In case you didn't notice that he hit that hard enough to go about 120 yards, and he is a magician at that shot. Nobody could have hit it any better than that.
Now, Zaki, Roger, how difficult?
Well, he's got kind of a hard pan, tight lie. And frankly, if he's not careful, the club could bounce here, Johnny, and he could end up back down where Greg Norman was.
I'd say there's a big chance of him going all the way down the hill. 50-50 almost. He's good at this, though.
Well, he caught it good, but he didn't give it enough hit, John. I'm sure he was thinking about going over this green.
I'll bet you I'd have done the same thing. I said, I'm not going down that hill. I might stay there for a while.
And just ahead at the 11th. Bob Tway. For birdie.
And really the man in the field that's making this course look not too tough.
Well, John, if he taps that in, that'll be 7 straight pars for Bob Tway, ahead to 18.
And Tom Lehman for birdie.
Looks good. Oh, what a nice putt.
Tom Lehman underwent surgery, serious surgery, back in April.
And we're back here to 10 with our featured twosome, Jumbo Zaki. Roger?
Jumbo's left himself about a 35-footer coming down the hill. Will come off a plateau that his ball's on the top of. Will bottom out about 5 feet in front of the hole, but this will move from right to left the whole way. Really, 2 putts and out. Get your 6 and forget about it. Move on. Not a bad effort at all from there.
So Ozaki will drop to even par to 18.
Tom Lehman, this for a 67 today. Lehman has battled his way into contention. Only the 3rd sub-70 round of the day. Gary Hall, Burgundy, and Woosnam 69. Now back to 10.
If this putt does not go in, though, we have a tie with Bob Tway. All of a sudden, Bob Tway at 2 under is going to be a co-leader. Roger, he could make this, though. That'd be a great up and in.
He could. There's not a lot of break in this putt, Johnny. We've seen him hold these putts time and time again this week, saving himself from trouble.
It's hard to believe this little hole, just 409 yards, could make these two great players play at an cumulative total of 12 strokes.
Just about right edge, slightly downhill. Never move left, John.
Well, Johnny, you called it. There are now 2 tied for the lead in the 3rd round of the 95th U.S. Open. He is standing on the tee at 12. Bob Tway is tied with Greg Norman at 2 under par. Mickelson bogeyed 11 and to the 12th tee.
Need to hit this drive in the fairway, Bob Tway, if you want to get on in 2, unless you get lucky in the primary rough. Absolutely perfect. Center cut. He's looking good, partner.
Phil Mickelson.
Phil's got to get back to basics. That's what the U.S. Open wants you to have, or demands that you have. Fairways from the fairway, you can make pars, but without it, who knows what might happen. Very nice.
3 birdies, 5 bogey round for Phil Mickelson.
Don't bother to help.
Back to 11.
And the tee. Greg Norman with a double bogey 6 keeps the honor at 11. He's now tied for the lead with Bob Tway.
And you can see this 11th hole, how severely it breaks from the right side to the left. And let's take a 3D animation of this. On 7, of course, you have a green that goes from right to left. This one goes left to right big time. And watch this as we come into this. You can just see how much slope there really is. It's tilted severely on the left half of the green. You can see it's just like somebody tilted up a pizza on that end. And you can see it, and then it comes out a low right in the right front. In other words, if you poured water to come out right in front of your nose right there, and you just have to, on this is one of the few times you can miss it short left and get away with it with the right pin, but I want to hit the green here.
It's an 8-iron, 157.
Stay now.
Got it going right, going way right, headed toward the bunkers right.
I said this on the telecast yesterday. I don't know what it is. When you're on a level tee and you hit uphill, you hit it right almost half the time. If you're on a level tee hitting downhill, you hit it left about half the time. So this hole here, you got to be really careful that when you swing up to the green that you don't block it out right. You got to swing level. Almost try to hit it low when you have this kind of shot. Don't try to hit it high.
Goes up.
Also going with an 8-iron. Didn't like something about where it was teed up.
Jumbo needs to know that he's right in there, even though he's let a few go. He's even par, and he's right in there. What club, Roger?
8-iron.
Punch shot.
Ooh, that got just barely didn't clear up there, Johnny, and got a terrible kick down in the bunker.
Same bunker as Norman. As we continue the hard work here of these gentlemen at Shinnecock Hills Country Club in the 3rd round of the 95th U.S. Open. There are now just 3 players under par. Greenside bunker at 11. Greg Norman's second shot. Johnny Miller, you can see how deep that bunker is in comparison to the 11th green.
Looks like a duffer's nightmare, doesn't it?
To 12.
Phil Mickelson, second shot.
Must be good. He's not asking for it to do a thing. Good shot, Phil.
Back to 11.
And from the same bunker, Ozaki.
Ooh. Good try, Jumbo. Almost hit that cup.
Again to 12.
Mr. Steady Eddie, just 1 birdie and 1 bogey. All the rest pars. And he continues this fine play right over the pin. A little unlucky that wasn't closer.
Wimbledon, All England Club, July 1, as that major championship will be decided, and Pete Sampras defends his 2-time title. Andre Agassi figures to be the #1 seed. Maybe not.
Roger, with the sound of the train, come on in.
Downhill, left to right slider, Johnny, just off of a lot of break in it, but it's a tricky putt. Just got to hit it so easy from this side of the cup, Johnny. It's just hard to keep the ball up on its line. It just wanders off to the right.
Almost surprised he didn't back away a little there. That was pretty loud, wasn't it, out there?
Well, yeah,
Train?
it is, but
You got enough
I guess it
problems
didn't
without
back
getting
away. That's right.
on your backswing.
Jumbo now 5 over the last 5 holes.
Well, Greg has a very similar putt to the one Jumbo just had, off the hole on the left side, all a matter of matching your speed to your line. But he's facing yet another par-saving putt. This has got to be getting old, Johnny. He's got to somehow collect his thoughts, collect himself, and get back to hitting the ball solidly again.
What's that, 3 greens in regulation through 11 holes?
Yes, that's all. These get old.
You would be, I'd been shocked if we had said on the first tee, if you would have predicted that through 11 that Bob Tway at 2 under would be leading the golf tournament by himself if he were to miss this putt here. Bob Tway's got a very makeable downhill putt. It's a nice putt. It's not the kind of putt that'll get away from you, but it runs true. Greg's putt's more a cross putt. Nice par for Bob Tway with that little tap in.
Good-looking putt. Another one. Here.
Another one.
Gutsy.
A par 3 for Greg Norman to stay at 2 under. 3 over for the day as he goes to the tee at 12.
You talk about a serious Sandy.
Start hitting some greens, will you? Jumbo says, I think I'm going to die.
Greg Norman and Bob Tway atop the leaderboard. We go 1 hole ahead. Phil Mickelson, even for the day. Even for the championship, let's bring in David Fay.
Situation on the 18th hole involving Tom Kite. You see him, he has now taken his stance. He's taken his stance, he's grounded the club, and he has backed away, and the ball had moved. Now that's a 1-stroke penalty, and he was required to replace it. If he didn't replace it, he holed it out, but by not replacing the ball, he had to add another penalty stroke, so that was 2 penalty strokes in all. Tom was the only one to see it. He brought it to the attention of the scorer at the 18th hole, and he had to apply a 2-shot penalty.
Now on the tee at 12.
Perfect drive down the left center of the fairway, cutting back toward the center.
Good looking swing there, Roger.
One of the best ones he's made today, really.
Yeah, real level. Just reminded me of the last 2 days. Maybe he got a little bit of a pep talk by his caddy or himself, say, hey, time to start getting back to the Greg Norman that I've been familiar with lately.
Jumbo's ball going well right at the right fairway bunker.
You saw him hit up so much that he fell backwards, and when you do that, a lot of times the ball goes blocked right.
13th tee, Bob Tway, par 4, 377 yards. You see the tower on the left. That is the target. Elevated tee, working down the fairway left to right. And Bob Tway keeps hitting shot after shot. And now Phil Mickelson as we look back up into the highest and really the most scenic part of this course at Shinnecock. Dan Pohl, you're up on the tee as well.
Yeah, this is a real tough driving hole today, Dan. Guys are used to hitting 1-irons, maybe even 2-irons off this tee early in the week, and now they're looking at this fairway trying to get a position a driver down there somewhere. So this is tough. This is a tough shot for Phil. He's been struggling a little bit with the driver. Let's see if he can put a good swing on it. He's got him down the center of the fairway. Beautiful shot.
Into the wind, and Mickelson is in the fairway. So is the co-leader, Bob Tway, who is tied for the lead at 2 under par with Greg Norman. And we'll...
Welcome back to Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. And it is playing tough today. Let's go to 12. Greg Norman, who started the day at 5 under, is 3 over on the day.
472-yard hole here. It's playing dead downwind, and good tee shot by Greg Norman. You see how the pants are pushed up against his leg, how that wind is pushing the ball towards the pin. It's a very accessible pin placement. It can be had, but the hardest part is getting the right distance.
He's got 157 yards to the flag, Johnny. This a 9-iron. Pin on, but 8 paces. Going right to the flag slightly. Might be just a little short.
It is.
He's got an anthill behind his ball. Yeah. The anthill is a loose impediment. He can flatten it to get it out of the way. He can flatten it, right? He can flatten it. If the ball moves in the process of doing that, he would incur a 1-stroke penalty, and the ball would be... 1-stroke penalty, right? Right. Okay. There's no penalty if he just wants to flatten it, and the ball doesn't. Okay. All right.
ですね、後ろの砂のマウンドはルースインペディメントですので、フラットにすることができるんですけれど、そのプロセスでもしボールが動いた場合はペナルティーが可能になります。
Let's bring in David Fay.
Well, what we appear to have here is that Jumbo's ball is behind an anthill, not a fire anthill, an anthill. And by decision, an anthill can be flattened down. It's considered a loose impediment, and he can flatten it down. However, if the ball were to move, he would incur a 1-stroke penalty because that anthill is within 1 club length of the ball. So he has to be very careful.
David, this is Roger. And what is the difference between an animal hill and, say, a burrowing animal hole or dirt cast by a burrowing animal?
Well, it is by decision, Roger, that an anthill is not a burrowing animal hole. An ant is an insect, and it is considered to be an anthill you can remove as a loose impediment. So as you can see, you would not be getting relief like you would from a burrowing animal hole. The burrowing animal hole, you'd be getting relief under Rule 25, and you could drop the ball up to 1 club length away.
I think that was the one time that I think chopsticks might have been handy right there.
These are the officials following this group. Trey Holland involved in making that call. Chairman of the Rules Committee with Reg Murphy, president of the USGA, and Gordon Jeffrey, captain of the R&A Golf Club in Scotland.
Got a 9-iron from 152 yards, but he's caught the ball heavy. It's going to come up short left. Not a bad angle to the flag from there, though, John.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, and I think it was a good decision for him to use that tee because that kept his finger from getting too close to that ball. He can get under the ball a little bit with the tee and move that little bit of sand situation caused by the ants.
Head to 13.
Co-leader Bob Tway, second shot. Just on tape a moment ago. He was just hanging up there in the wind, Johnny, is the objective, but that is short right, front right bunker. And then Phil Mickelson, his approach.
trying one of his new punch swings. And he hits a good one.
That's one of the best we've seen here at 13. Mickelson will have a shot at birdie. And now live, Bob Tway from the greenside bunker. He is not in the bunker. He is just over the top. Terrific. Another par save, perhaps, for Tway to remain tied for the lead with Greg Norman. And let's send you back up to 18.
All right, Dan, Bob Tway playing so steadily, but the day belongs to Tom Lehman. Just an absolutely, under the conditions, amazing round for you.
Yeah, I played extremely well. I putted the ball just great, hit some solid iron shots. I'm very happy with that round.
Only 3 under 70 today. You're 67 the best. And the way it's going and the way they're talking out on the course, that it's playing like a 75 par course today, you might just be the top man when this is over.
Well, it's playing very difficult, definitely. The wind is blowing hard, and there's some crosswinds, and the greens are difficult.
Let's take this little pitch shot by Jumbo Ozaki. Looks like it came down a little hot for some reason there, but leaves himself about a 10-footer downhill.
It's been an interesting year for you. April, surgery that was pretty serious stuff, and then 5 weeks later you win your first title of the year.
Yeah, well, it wasn't as serious as it made out to be. It was kind of it could have been serious type thing, but I'm fine, and I played well at Colonial.
Tom, you had a big year last year, won just over $1 million, but the performance you had at the Memorial, which Greg Norman just won a few weeks ago, had to be one of the great performances in the history of the game. 20 under par at Muirfield Village. That had to help your confidence. Let's check this out, though, before you answer that. Got a chance.
Got to get up.
But, you also won at Colonial, 2 great courses that you've won on. This man here, of course, is on a run himself, but you got to feel pretty good, the fact that you've been able to have such good totals on 2 super courses. You're obviously thinking just playing steady golf, but you got to be thinking about winning now.
Well, it's fairways and greens, and I think when you play difficult courses, you've got to hit fairways or you've got to hit greens, and you've got to make some putts. And if you get a momentum going, get the flow going, as you well know, you can shoot some scores no matter where you're playing.
Well, Andy Martinez, who used to be my caddy, now your caddy, says you're a heck of a player, and when he says that, I know you are.
Let's go to 13.
Birdie attempt, Phil Mickelson. How good is that stroke? Just the 4th birdie of the day here at 13. Back to 12.
A little putt from about 12 feet coming down the hill. Hard to read, Johnny. It looks like it might even want to peel right, but the ball goes a little left.
Gave that a little different stroke. That had more of a stab to it than the normal Ozaki stroke.
Now Norman for his par to stay in a tie with Bob Tway. Tom Lehman only 1 shot back. Lehman started the day tied for 10th, and now only 1 shot off the lead. Let's go to 13.
And the par attempt for Tway. Nice save for Tway as we get to 18.
All right, Dan Hicks, let's take a look at some of your play today. Tom, first on the 8th, your 3rd shot.
Yeah, it was on the bank. It wasn't in the sand. And, it was a pretty simple shot, actually. Just got to get up in the air, let it roll down the hill to the hole.
Sand save there for your par, and then to 12.
Yeah, this was about 156, a 9-iron. The wind was right behind us, with it left to right. You just aim it left to the flag and let it rip, and you got just a perfect yardage. 1 bounce and stops.
The birdie there, and then to 18 for birdie.
Yeah, this one here, I don't know how it stayed out. I thought I'd made it when I was about 3 feet short of the hole. I was breaking right into it, and I just straightened out at the very end.
Well, that's a tremendous round. That could have gone in, like you said, but you got to be really happy with your position right now.
Yeah, well, I played very well, and I hit it solid for the first time all week today, and I made some good putts, and I'm looking forward to playing tomorrow.
It'll be a great experience for you.
Good. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
All right, let's go out to more of this drama, to 13, and Greg Norman still sharing the lead.
Well, there's a look from atop The par 4 13th, 377 yards. Second shortest par 4 on the course. The prevailing wind comes into the players. Roger Maltby, you're up on top of the highest point on the course. What's it like up there?
Well, it won't play the second shortest today, Danny. Greg Norman's going with a driver here in the first 2 rounds. Really, the first 3 rounds, for a big part of the time, the guys have been going off with 1-irons and 3-woods here, but with this kind of breeze, Greg's choosing the driver. Shot going up the right side. It's going to be closest to whether it catches the fairway or not. I think it'll be okay.
Send the first cut
to 18.
And Corey Pavin finishing his round. This for par.
Very difficult putt here, right to left.
In the hole.
Yes. 71 for Pavin today. +2 in the championship. 4 off the lead.
High above, 14th tee, also an elevated tee, sits just up above the 18th green. Bob Tway.
Going with the 3-wood. Continues that beautiful tempo. Looks like he's just out there by himself on a driving range hitting balls.
Bob Tway, Greg Norman, 2 under, share the lead. Tom Lehman in the house, only 1 back with Phil Mickelson.
The first cut of rough at 13. Roger?
Well, he's got a pretty good lie, but it may knuckle a little bit out of this first cut. The problem with this is not wanting the ball to get up in the air and upshoot. Got 130 yards to the flag. Preferably keep this ball to the left of the flag.
Ends right.
That was an 8-iron. Pretty good looking golf shot if it's the right distance.
Just off the back of the green to 18.
And one of the fine young players on tour, Steve Stricker, Edgerton, Wisconsin. He's off the green on the left side, 14.
Now Phil Mickelson. Dan Pohl, what's the situation with Phil?
Well, Phil's got a good lie over there on the left side of the fairway. 160 yards to the front edge and 170 to the flag. Hard part about this shot is you're so hard downwind that you got to land it on the front part of the green. If you carry it too far, it could scoot to the back. So I think he's going with just a solid 8-iron, trying to fly it on that front. If it comes out running, he may get it close. Well, he's got it going just to the left of the flag if it kicks up there.
It kicked up and is still rolling.
Hit that downslope, Dan. They got sort of a bad hop, a forward hop off that downslope just short of the green.
Bottom of the chipping area for Mickelson. You can see what he's done. Greens in regulation today. He's hit 34 of 39 fairways, and now Bob Tway.
155 to the flag for the 9-iron.
And the pin is cut in an area the ball sort of wants to end up. So if you can get the right distance, it'll be close.
That's the idea. Bounce it up there.
Great shot. He is under control.
He is a par machine. 9 straight pars for Tway.
Tradition, excellence, and a major championship. Coverage begins Saturday, July 1st. Martina Navratilova, great Wimbledon champion. She'll be playing doubles, and this her 23rd appearance at the All England Club. Follow the action beginning July 1.
Back here at the par 4 13th. And while Greg Norman waits, let's go to 18.
And
28-year-old Steve Stricker's third shot.
Beautiful touch. Keep tracking ball.
Stricker 1 over today, 2 over for the championship. Back to 13.
Birdie chip try for Greg Norman.
Just 3 greens in regulation through this hole. Hard to believe. Still hanging in there, though. Watch this.
He's just chipped the ball beautifully all day, Jim.
Pretty remarkable round, really, when you think of 3 greens in regulation. He thought it was in if it just get up. Look at those eyes, boy.
Norman remains at 2 under. It was just yesterday he had the round of 67. He's 3 over today to 18.
Big putt for par for Steve Stricker.
Woo! Great putt.
He's in contention, a 71 today. He's currently only 4 off the leaders.
Meanwhile, back at 14. We'll watch all of the golfers who made the cut this weekend at Shinnecock as Mickelson readies himself from the chipping area. Dan Pohl down there.
Yeah, he's got a good lie down there. The question he has to make in his own mind is if he wants to throw it back up into the wind and throw it down on the green a little bit further, or whether he wants to just hit it on 6-8 feet and let it run. It appears he's going to take either a pitching wedge or a sand wedge and probably throw it down there maybe 6-8 feet short of the hole, Johnny, and see if it doesn't check up.
He likes to use spin.
He's got it right into the teeth of the wind, so.
The shot is a little slower than it looks like.
Good touch there. Great touch.
The shots we've seen there have come up short a lot, but that was a good shot.
Meanwhile, 14T, Greg Norman staking in.
Johnny, you know the amazing thing about his performance so far today is even though he's only hit 3 greens in regulation, I don't see any loss of confidence at all. I don't see anything that has made him be negative or get down on himself.
I think he's got just enough experience, maybe more than he needs, but I mean, he has enough experience to know that he's still tied to the lead, and the scoring's relative. I mean, he's just hanging right in there, putting himself in position to win. That's what he said he wanted to do.
Well, it'd be very easy to hang your head or panic a little bit, and I think this is a good lesson for all the young players that are watching. There's a lot to be said for just keeping your confidence, keeping your wits about you, and going about your business.
This is 3-wood, Roger?
This is 3-wood. Oh, this is perfect, right down the center of the fairway.
14 playing downwind, and the second shot has proved to be demanding to get it to hold up on the green. And on that green is Bob Tway, his birdie attempt. No birdie, but another par.
That putt hardly had any break in it. It looks like it'll break. It doesn't break.
10 straight pars for Bob Tway. He and Greg Norman share the lead. Norman right behind him in the fairway at 14.
It's a dangerous tee shot if you hit it right.
Nice shot. Not there.
That's what you want. It's a narrow fairway. When you have an elevated tee like that down to a fairly narrow fairway, by the time the ball gets on the ground from up high, it wants to get offline, or it's easy to get offline. That's really a nice tee shot.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of balls go right here for some reason. You can see that aerial right there. That tree on the right just past the bunker. That's a lot of balls laying about right there. This is a 3-wood right here. Can't place it any better than those two.
6 foot 4 inch Tway, just lacing it right down there as well as he could have placed it by hand. Back to 14.
And the back of Greg Norman. Dead downwind, Roger.
It's just funneling up this canyon, Danny. It's really blowing hard here right now. He's got 147 to the hole, 137 to the front edge, and he's got a pitching wedge and just trying to pitch it near that front edge of the green.
Hole location, front center.
To get up a little bit.
No, it's gone long, Roger. Way long.
Goodness. I mean, boy, that ball carried a long way.
It got up and the wind flattened it out. You know how it does that? Roger goes up and then it goes flat, hot, and then came down like it was on a greased green.
That's exactly what happened, John.
Yeah.
I thought he kept the ball down. I didn't think the wind would get in behind it like that.
Watch this swing right here. And what happens when you hit the ball high, I've found, when you hit the ball high, it goes up and it's trying, and then all of a sudden the wind catches it and shoots it forward. Sometimes it's better, believe it or not, on a shot like this downwind to hit the ball low, because then the wind cannot really affect it too much. When you throw it high, boy, that thing can really scoot. And that's just what it did.
Oh, the wind's tornadic.
Look at the greens in regulation today. Another one here missed at 14, just 3 for Norman.
9 years ago at this same time at Shinnecock, the leader after 3 rounds was Greg Norman, but Norman had to survive a heckling incident, and in the final round in '86 only brought him close and then disappointment for a U.S. Open victory. In the 1986 U.S. Open at Shinnecock, Greg Norman held a 3-shot lead midway through the 3rd round. Closest pursuer, playing companion Lee Trevino, put the pressure on at the 13th. With Trevino in tight for a sure birdie, Norman faced a tough recovery shot from the trees beside the green. Norman couldn't stop the ball near the hole, ended with double bogey to Trevino's birdie. Norman's 3-shot lead was gone in 1 hole, and he went to the 14th, tied with Trevino. After hitting his approach, the great white shark confronted a heckler in the gallery, letting him know in whose waters the heckler was invading.
That's where the whole thing started with the guy in the gallery, hollering at him about choking and doing this and doing that. And then he started going backwards from there.
Norman finished even for the day, shot 75 on Sunday to finish tied for 12, a finish he'd rather forget.
That's 10 years ago, not even a point in bringing it up.
Now Greg Norman faced with this difficult shot from behind the green. Roger?
Well, he's backing a patch of clover down, sitting down a little bit, grass growing against him. This is a tough shot. Only good news, it's back into the wind. That'll help slow this ball down.
Clovers are known for flyers. No spin out of clover.
Pretty good shot here.
Yeah, it's a
fabulous.
Once again, Greg Norman proves he doesn't have to hit a green to get a par. To 15.
Nick Price for birdie. in the hunt for this treasured title.
2 over for Price in the championship. That was on tape. Now we're live.
That was Phil Mickelson from 127 yards.
Mickelson in position for birdie.
Well, you see Nick Price on the front page now of our leaderboard. Norman and Tway at 2 under. Lehman and Mickelson 1 back. Usman, Haven, and Price right there. What a final round it should be tomorrow.
Dan? See right here, he should learn from the shot. And Mickelson just hit. Should know the distance. And he does. Could be a double birdie right here.
About a 6-footer that could give him the lead. Bob Tway continues his superb.
Mickelson for birdie and a share of the lead. So Norman, Tway, and Mickelson, but that may not last long. Tway has even a shorter bid for birdie.
And he's due, and he's hitting good putts. He just saw the line from the other side, which wasn't much break at all. Maybe just really from there, just a right center putt.
Johnny Bob's been having great pace on his putters, his putts today. He's somewhere around the hole, never too far. He hasn't had many 3- and 4-footers for par, which on a day like this really gives you a mental advantage, I'd say.
I see him making this putt.
Yeah, just firm and inside the right. That's the first putt I've actually moved on a little bit, and the blade opened up and just kind of hung it out there to the right.
Yeah, it just got going a little right, and it just wouldn't come back.
Opportunity lost for Bob Tway. At the tee, Greg Norman.
As I said earlier, a very elevated tee shot. You do not want to go right. Great drive, good swing, confident swing. You could see a sigh of relief there, heavy breathing.
The MetLife blimp has teamed up with NBC Sports to provide an aerial perspective of the U.S. Open, and these winds must be interesting for Snoopy One up there. Constantly on the road, logging over 60,000 miles a year. And we have a weather forecast tomorrow. Warmer, but more the same, gusts up to 20 miles an hour.
And you're looking down the Serpentine, par 5, 16th. And now the leaderboard.
Deuces are wild. Norman, Mickelson, Tway. Lehman 1 back. 4 back are Price, Woosnam, Paven, Stricker, Verplank, Rowe, and Ozaki. And the way this course is playing, any of the names you see might come into play in the final round tomorrow.
That is for sure, especially if the wind stays about at this magnitude. What Phil doesn't want to do is go in that bunker that's just in front of his forehead there. Anywhere but that in the fairway.
Just the bunker it looks like he may have caught, John, at this par 5. And remember, he's had trouble with this hole. Made 7 the first day and 6 yesterday. You can see he's playing very well. Hit 13 of 15 greens, unlike Norman, not struggling as much.
Still a 3 with him.
Bob Tway now. Dan Pohl with this group.
Well, Bob's been driving the ball extremely well. It's interesting that the first 2 days, Phil Mickelson hit 1 iron off his tee. Obviously today with this wind, you don't dare do that, but Bob Tway is just, like I said earlier, in total control of his game. If he was just kind of moving along making pars, but on a day like today, it's awfully good.
And this is a 3-wood, I think.
You can see the pars since the 5th hole.
Well, it's not very exciting, but it sure is effective.
That's what wins opens. Or as Kerry Middlecoff says, you don't win the open, it wins you.
It's interesting, too, is you got 2 big, tall guys playing this hard wind. Oh, kind of upshot on him. Dave, can you pick that one up?
There it is. We've got it.
Right now it's okay. It's in the fairway, and it might have been upshot just a little. Didn't go very far. This hole playing a pair today, Dan, right downwind, and guys were giving them fits.
Well, I know they were driving it past that bunker on the first couple of days, and now he's 50 yards from that bunker that he was at.
All up at the green. Nick Price with his 3rd shot. You can just see how long a shot he's had. They've been going in there with 8 and 9 irons. That's a wonderful shot. Probably a little 6-iron. Let's go back to 15.
Greg Norman's 2nd shot.
This is sandwich from 115 yards. Wind downwind left to right and in the front right corner of the green. This ball to the left side of the pin. Good shot, green number 4.
It looked like it was going to back off the green, Roger, but it took that one hop and stopped.
Norman, Mickelson, and Tway, and the struggle tightens. And
Bob Tway, 3-wood.
He liked it.
Now that's a beautiful layup there with that 3-wood on this giant hole. Just ahead on the green. Nick Price putting for his 2nd birdie of the day to get him to 1 over. Nobody gets this putt to the hole. Did he hit it hard enough? Nope. Come on. It's amazing how slow that putt is, and just no player today has gotten it except Ian Rusin past the hole from back there. Let's go back to 15.
Jumbo Ozaki and Greg Norman, who started in the final pairing today. Norman still a portion of the lead with Phil Mickelson and Bob Tway at 2 under.
Well, he's left himself about a 20-footer here, and not much break from this angle at all. Pretty straight. But, Johnny, this golf course is playing so hard now, it almost sounds silly, but he had a sand wedge from 115 yards in the center of the fairway, and it was a hard shot. A hard shot to get near the hole.
Well, this green really does look hard to hit any time, doesn't it? It just sits up there, perched around 5 bunkers, and of course, like you say, factoring the wind and the fact he's only hit 3 greens out of 14 holes, it probably looked like the thimble size, but got a birdie putt. Roger, you know what that, I wonder if he remembers what that feels like, but probably knock it in.
Pretty flat, speed not a problem. Really not much break to it at all. Very nice.
Hit it.
No birdies for Norman today. 17.
Davis Love at 17. Out of the bunker. On this 200-yard par 3.
What a shot.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. In the hole. Well, finally misses 3 short putts on the front 9, holds a bunker shot. And that jumps him back into the tournament for sure. Gets Davis back to 2 over. And believe me, tomorrow 280 is going to be some score. Look at this reaction from Davis Love.
You think he doesn't think he's in the championship?
Ooh, he knows it, John, as you well know. Now, third shot of Phil Mickelson.
That was from 147 yards with a 6-iron. It's going to go right of the flag.
Unluckily, he's not in the bunker. Norman did tap in back at 15 for his par, so it's still Greg, Phil, and Bob Tway. He's going to have a tough shot there, Dan. It's in the tall grass between the fringe, and you can see it right there.
Well, this is one tough hole today. I mean, Bob hit 2 good woods over here. He's still got 140 yards to the flag, probably a 6-iron. The one place you don't want to miss it is right. Got a little bit of room over there to the left side. Hopefully this will just go into the center of the green.
Well, that's where most players have tried to go, Dan. We haven't seen very many where Phil just went.
You know, you get it on that upslope hitting your third shot, and it's hard to keep it down.
It started
got
left.
it going left. It's over there in the deep stuff.
Whoops, that's not good.
Well, that was favoring that right side.
That's not too good. Let's go back to the tee at 16. It's 544-yard par 5, and it is all of that today. Play more like 600 yards.
They like it, Dave.
And they should, and so should Greg. I think you pointed out he's still confident. I mean, there's not any hesitation or timidness in the swing.
It would be real easy to lose your confidence, but he hasn't at all.
I'd have lost mine long ago, hitting only 4 greens. Let's go to 18.
Davis Love the third. Remember back in New Orleans in the spring and the rain and everyone rooting for him to come up with a elusive victory so he could go to the Masters, and indeed he did, and finished second behind Ben Crenshaw. And now he's in this championship.
He would have been really in it if he hadn't missed those 3 or 4 little dinky putts that he did. Very uncharacteristic of Davis, just out of for nowhere. He just missed them, but that stand shot, bunker shot on 17 surely didn't hurt matters. That brought back maybe 1 or 2 of them.
First, let's go up to the green. Scott for Plank. He, like Bob Tway from Oklahoma State, he's birdie bid. Back to the tee.
Oh, hit it, Wynn. Hit it.
Didn't help Love. He's in the tall grass, as is Bob Tway.
Bob Tway with his 4th shot at the 16th. Tway, who led here the first round in 1986, and that was his best finish in a U.S. Open, finishing tied for 8th of the 9 he's played in. Just a hard shot from the downslope. And he caught it a little sandy under the ball there, and it fooled him a little. Got to go somehow to make 6. So after all those pars, he's still going to be away. He's going to look at this a little bit. Well, even though Phil's looking at it, I think looks to me like though that Tway's away. And I think he needs a little bit of a rest. He said, "Phil, you have a go at it."
You know, the one thing good about this shot, this is getting real quirky, but he's a left-handed player, which makes him pull it, but he's got a sliced wind, so it actually helps him keep it from going that way. So actually this helps him.
Well, if he's got a good line, John, as you know, this pitch it up in the air, it won't roll too far. Of course, he caught it too solid. You could hear him catch that a lot more flush than he meant to.
I don't think he can believe he did that, Dave, because this is normally his cup of tea, this shot here.
But how about this whole biting him every day, John? 7 the first day, 6 yesterday, and then 6 staring him in the face today. We'll see if he gets that putt to the hole, because it is what looks like downhill is very, very slow.
That wind really slows it down also, right?
Well, it has been all 3 days.
Now this is a tough 5 part, like you said. Probably playing 600 yards easily.
Way's 5th shot. And that's going to get there. See how that slowed down? That was a wonderful shot. That's good, just dropping the 1 shot here. There are good bogeys in a U.S. Open. So he's going to drop 1 back. Norman. Mickelson may have gotten a pretty good read off of that speed situation. We'll see if Phil can take advantage of it, save his par here.
Yeah, you saw the speed and the line.
Yeah.
Phil hasn't seen too many putts he didn't like. What a stroke. Left-handed Ben Crenshaw.
Beautiful to watch. When it loses its speed, it will break to his right. Couple inches. So Phil's going to long remember this 16th hole here. Something good may happen tomorrow. That's the way you have to feel. And a drop shot for Phil. So Norman, at this point, is going to hold the lead by himself. Back to the fairway. Greg Norman's 2nd shot at the 16th, and he doesn't know what's happened up here. Good shot by Greg Norman. Gets him safely in the fairway. Good spot to come in here. So both Mickelson and Tway make 6 at 16. Fall back into a tie with Lehman at 1 under. Just a shot back of the leader, Greg Norman. What a day it's been. Boy, the wind is blown out here.
It's the prevailing wind. It's the wind that the course was designed to play fairly with. It's a lot easier than if the wind would have blown the opposite direction, Dave Marr, from the east. Then you would have really had a Tiger, the face, but it's still really tough.
Go to 17, where Nick Price has this for a par. He stays just 2 over. John Schroeder's been with that group. John?
Well, they both haven't played great today. They just both hung in there. Billy Glasson has his putt for a bogey. He hit it in the same spot where Davis Love did off the tee. It's just been a very, very difficult day to play, but Nicky's still in this tournament.
Drops the shot to go to 5 over. Still going to be a good tournament for Bill with a good round tomorrow. 17, just playing from the new tee today. And with the flagstick all the way back, playing 200 yards. Wind blowing to the player's right, which will favor Phil a little bit because he's left-handed. Hurts the right-handed player, so the Mickelson, the only left-hander in the field, this is not as difficult a shot. Is that the way you feel, Dan?
Well, usually when you do have the wind into your body, you feel a little more comfortable rather than at your backside blowing from left to right. But this sets up good for Phil, whether he was left-handed or right-handed. This is just a solid 4-iron for him. Took it in there real high. It's right of the flag a little bit, a little short, I think, too.
at the swing right here. Takes it back real low. Right elbow, nice left elbow for him. Real close to his side. Comes right down in there. Releases a little bit. And I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, but it's a good-looking swing, good tempo.
Well, it appeared that he was going to cut that back into the wind, Johnny, and hold it up there. But, you know, really that's not playing to his strength unless he was afraid he hit it hard and hit it into that back bunker, because the pin is just almost equal to that right side bunker. If you do leak a little right, you have a tough bunker shot coming into that flag.
Yeah, that's why I thought it'd be easy for him just to hit his normal shot, not to try to hold it or anything.
Yeah, that's what would appear that he tried to cut it back in. This is Bob Tway with a 5-iron. I think Bob would just send it out there to the left and just hit a normal shot, try to land it on the front of the green. Well, that wind's got that one. That's moving way right. That may be in the bunker over.
That's where Davis Love was a few moments ago. Back at 16. Greg Norman, his third shot.
This
perfect angle, Roger.
This from 106 yards, it sure is. Was delayed slightly by some hecklers bothering Jumbo Ozaki to the left, but the police are over there now. Put this right back into the wind and knock down that air. And well left.
I tell you, this hole has just scared everybody today. Greg Norman with a one-stroke lead. Will he make amends for 86? Stay tuned.
We welcome you back. The high winds today at Shinnecock have dropped the scores. Let's go to 17.
Phil Mickelson from the front bunker. This is a very difficult, long bunker shot. That's not too bad. Go to 18.
Second shot of Davis Love from the rough.
188 yards. It's easy to hit it way offline on this kind of lie, so see if you can hit it straight. There it is. That stuff will do it most of the time. Left is where it goes.
To 16.
Where we find Greg Norman just off the green, putting down the hill. This from about 35 feet. This putt a lot slower than players have judged all day, and when it begins to break, it goes hard right. That's not going to get there by some. Let me tell you, he's going to have a little work to be completed. That has fooled everyone. Meanwhile, just ahead is 17. Bob Tway with a tough shot. Moments ago. With that downslope, I think he was trying to. Oops, look at that.
Did you hear that, Dave? It sounded like he caught a rock.
Yes, there are some rocks. Some of the players were complaining. The only complaint I heard about, this is his third shot.
Beauty.
Go in. Oh. 18-2.
And Nick Price is quietly working his way back into this championship.
Well, started right there. That's beautiful. Can't be any better than that. Center cut, but that's going to be a pretty long second shot.
Mickelson is 17. Oh. Man, it looks like it's got a break there. So, drop shots 2 holes in a row for both Phil Mickelson and Bob Tway. All of a sudden, Raymond, second by himself. Greg Norman has a little work to be completed at 16 yet.
Davis Love at 18 for par.
You see the slope around the hole there. That's why this hole usually plays the hardest hole in the golf course in the U.S. Open. It did in '86 because the green is extremely difficult to putt.
Back to 16.
This, even though it's only maybe 4, maybe 5 feet, this is a very, very hard putt. It's a lot slower than the players think, and when it starts going right, it just dives right. Oh, he just hit it through the
Nick Faldo, who started with a double bogey on one. And that, like so many shots and putts today, not on his side. Faldo, who started even par, needs this for 80.
It's just been a tough day. That first hole and the situation there just had to take the wind out of his sails big time, and never recovered.
In 70 years, only Tony Jacklin has won European to win this U.S. Open championship. That was 25 years ago. Faldo's high hopes smashed by the winds of Shinnecock today. Make that a 79 for Faldo. Now Davis Love.
Well, Davis, you saw his tee shot in the right rough, and then he tried to hit it out of there, and it twisted the club left and left himself a difficult pitch shot. This is, of course, for bogey. And that's just a straight uphill, slow three-footer.
We should point out, Johnny, that what the fans are seeing on this course, the USGA didn't change it much. This is how it plays for the members.
I've told my friends how great this course was before the Open. Said you don't have to do anything. Just tee it up and go for it. Don't have to do much to make this Open ready.
The bogey for Love at 18. 73 for Davis. Still a part of the final picture tomorrow. Now, Greg Norman.
Norman at 17, 200 yards. Roger, do you have the club?
Got a 6-iron, Dave.
You better get all over that.
Sure does. The flag's laying limp right now, but it's blowing pretty hard left to right. Maybe even hurting him slightly. He's hit it solidly. It's going at the left side of the green now. It's going to have to go a long way to carry. Got the bunker.
Well, that's the long carry, the left side, and I just question that's at 6-iron to 18.
Nick Price's approach into 18.
We got in before they got there.
Oh, my.
Very nice.
5-iron. Price steadily playing through these final holes.
It's almost like he knew something that we didn't, because he was thinking, hey, I'm in good shape, I'm in good shape, I'm patient.
Bill Glasson.
After a terrific tee shot. Not bad at all. Good shot.
Price and Glasson are on the dance floor. Glasson coming off bogey at 17. 6 over today. First signs of Norman. It's been a day that has forced many of the world's best to search deep inside. To 18, and Phil Mickelson.
Good-looking swing, little slider, right up the gut of the fairway. Hitting a lot of those little fades, which I haven't seen him play before much at all. Usually he hit a high draw. Really swinging well right now, Phil. I can see him winning this thing. Nice punch shots he's throwing in there in this bag, new repertoire. And then, of course, Bob Tway is very steady. The last couple holes have hurt him a little bit, but if he can par 18, he'll be real happy with this score today. Right at the clubhouse, right side. Two good shots.
So Mickelson and Tway safely in the fairway after bogeying each of the last 2 holes. Back to 17.
Back to 17. Roger, you've had a look at the problems facing Greg Norman?
Well, he's got a pretty good line in the bunker, and really this is a very straightforward bunker shot, Dave. It's not a real hard shot. The ball will release and run back to this pin. It was a good place to miss the ball. If you're going to miss this green, left side far better than the right.
Well, he's one of the few players I've seen today that you know, kept it left with that wind blowing across. And he's generally a good bunker player, so I assume he's going to play a good shot here.
Has to get down. Whoa.
Top ball. Well, that's just part of the wind. Don't get quite as much spin on it. Downwind. Got himself another little character builder to make par. Go up to 18.
Bill Glasson, who started today, 1 under, 4 back of Norman. He's +6 on the day.
And this putt from about 24 feet goes left all the way, and it turns pretty sharply at the dive. And it can get away from you if you get it going left. 2-putt would be nice from here. Very, very weak putt, left all the way and short. Mentally, these guys are tired. 18 holes in this kind of weather on a super tough course, open pressure, will absolutely beat you up. They will have no trouble sleeping tonight unless they're leading.
Nick Price is 3 over for the day, but a birdie here and a 72 would take him to the clubhouse feeling like he might have beaten the game.
I think 74 for the good players, the leaders, is probably around par. That score that we just posted at 73, 74s, those are very, very good rounds. They shouldn't feel bad about that at all. And this putt is quick. And it definitely is makeable. Reading the screen earlier, it's sort of like almost a ball. You'd think a putt that would break left, but it really was just right edge. And that was all you needed. And he played it out about 4 inches.
Back to 17.
And this par putt to keep tied for the lead with Tom Lehman, who finished so long ago with a great 67. Norman 4 over for the day. And Ozaki, who is 8 over coming to 17. Just to stay tied for the lead. Looking good for him. He's just putted so well today. Boy, if he just had a little quit in him today, he could have shot 1,000,000. One of the best, worst rounds I've ever seen. I mean, he just fought and scrambled and just held on by his teeth and his fingernails. A lot of courage there. Let's go to 18.
Nick Price now for par. .73 for Price today. He's within 3 shots of the lead. That's a terrific back 9 for Price, and Glasson made his par as well, finished 76 today. Let's go out to the fairway. Phil Mickelson, just 1 behind the co-leaders Norman and Lehman.
198 yards to the flag, Johnny, and he doesn't probably dare fly it back there. He's going to hit a hard 5-iron, just let the wind kind of move it in towards the flag, try to hit it into the center of the green and see if it'll release back to the hole. If he can close with a birdie, be a heck of a round for him today. Boy, and he put a good pass on it. That's working right at the hole if it's the right stick.
Uh-oh. It's trickling. It's trickling. Oh, it stopped. I mean, it made it by an inch.
Bob Tway's only got 184 yards to the flag. I think his biggest decision is whether or not he's going to just hang it out there and let the wind bring it in, or whether he's just going to cut it back into a little bit. I think most of the players with that wide open area out there to the right are going to just set it at the right edge of the green and just let the wind bring it in. That's all over it. Get down.
They're both safely on, but both are very difficult putts.
Good shots, though. 2 good tee shots, 2 good approaches. They got to feel pretty good right now. It's nice to go up that 18th hole.
Meanwhile, at the tee at 18, it's Greg Norman. Norman, Price, so many of the players follow the game of tennis as well, and the major championship from Wimbledon, the All England Club, begins on July 1st here on NBC. We hope you'll join us.
Okay, Greg, you started inside the clubhouse and keep it inside the clubhouse somewhere.
Good shot, Greg.
There's some determination there.
Great drive.
Just a gorgeous swing. Just drove through that ball. Powered it out there.
Co-leaders in the fairway on 18 as we come. Welcome back to the 18th at Shinnecock. Bob Tway. 1 behind Norman and Lehman. This for birdie.
Quick putt. Goes down, breaks left. Really thinking more about 2-putting this. Beautiful touch. Just great touch. Makes that putt. Will be really a terrific round of 72.
The only hiccups, those bogeys at 16 and 17. John Schroeder.
Nicky Price, tough day out there today. Really was, John. You know, just a question of really hanging on. And, you know, I got a bad break on number 5, the par 5. I hit in the bunker, and there was no sand in the bunker, and I knocked it over and made bogey where I felt like I should have made birdie. But, you know, 3 over the front 9, and I felt like if I could just make a couple of birdies and get back into the picture, you know, and I played really solidly the back 9. I shot even par. It feels like about 5 under.
Great, thanks. We're going to go back now to 18 and Dick.
All right, Phil Mickelson now for birdie. And share of the lead.
Sort of a slowish putt, slice putt for him. That's a good leave.
Tway and Mickelson, short tap-ins for their pars. They both started 2 under. And they shoot 72 today if Tway can knock in this short shot.
They've been matching each other stroke for stroke. Even the same 2 bogeys on 16 and 17, but they're in great position.
Oh, what a day for Bob Tway. A man last year in 29 tournaments
made the cut only 13 times with no top 10 finishes. He's won this year, and he's in position to win this U.S. Open Championship looking ahead to tomorrow. And Phil Mickelson, but for that demon on 16, where he's 4 over, he'd be way out in the lead. To the fairway, Roger.
Jumbo Ozaki first to play from the left rough. He's out in the native grass, and it's been trampled down over here, but it's all wiry, John, and tangled around. This ball could easily come out way, way left. If he can get it out of here and up the fairway anywhere near the green, it's just brute strength. Oh, he did. He powered through it. That is a terrific golf shot. It's going to catch the rough just at the front right of the green, but that is really a good shot. Into the bunker on the right of the green.
Not bad, though, from there. Not bad at all. One of the few players that can keep that club face going squarely through that grass.
Greg Norman now has 176 yards to the flag. Perfect angle. I would think in a lot of ways, John, he has to have as much satisfaction from hanging in there this round as he did from his 68 in the first round or 67 yesterday.
He knows it's like Al Davis said, it's just win, baby.
This is 7-iron. Turning back in at the flag. Good looking shot if it's the right club.
Fantastic.
What a great play.
They're playing for more than a championship. They're playing for a place in golf history. And here they come to 18, and they're standing, this huge gallery, to salute Norman and Jumbo Ozaki. Long day's work. He started 5 under. He's now 1 under par. He's held the lead, or at least a share of the lead, since the 14th hole yesterday. And his most dramatic shot was his chip in here at 18 for birdie. Now Ozaki, who's had the roof fall in on him.
Tremendous bunker player.
Jumbo plus 10 for his last 11 holes.
Well, he hung in there for a long time. I was so impressed with his start, the first 5 or 6 holes. Just was striping it. I knew he had a lot of pressure on him. A lot of pressure for a Japanese player to come to the United States and to really play with the country's whole country on his shoulders. And if there was a guy that could do it, it's him. And had a tough day. It's been a tough day at Shinnecock, but really an exciting round of golf for us to watch and be able to cover. And I hope you've enjoyed it too, you out there.
5 of the last 10 U.S. Open championships have gone to a playoff. And
could very well happen tomorrow. A tie and then a playoff on Monday.
Yazaki after a terrific 69-68 start.
Roger, you handy right there?
Sure am, John. Greg's got a really quick putt from up here above left of the hole. Will move to his right as it starts to slow down, but a tough little putt. Just got to be hit with the perfect speed.
Had the dramatic finish yesterday on that the last hole. In case you didn't watch it, hits it on the back fringe, has to blade a sand wedge. So fast, right in the hole, birdie. A dramatic finish this time. He sort of girds up his insides and hits a great drive and a great second to here, and looks like he's going to go for another dramatic birdie here with a little bit of good fortune and be the overnight leader.
I'd be surprised if he hit this one with as much pace as he hit that one from the back of the green yesterday, John. I think this one's going to be hit very softly.
It's not a hard putt. It really isn't. It's fast, but not that tough.
Left himself the better part of 3 feet for his par, Johnny.
Yeah, he was willing to give it a good enough run that it wouldn't break too much, but that I think he might have pushed it just enough to get it going right. He had enough fortitude to give it a good hit. You see how the toe sort of opened up just a little bit, just a titch.
As Dave Marr said, one of the best worst rounds he's ever seen. Boy, did he use that flat stick well today. That kept him in a share of the lead. And 9 men are within 3 shots of the lead going into tomorrow's final round. Tom Lehman with the round of the day, a 67. Like a giant compactor, just squashed all of those in front of him right down, and Lehman finds himself 1 under. That's good enough to go to bed tonight, even with Greg Norman heading to the final round. Only 3 men finished in red today: Lehman, Holberg, and Woosnam. So it's Norman and Lehman, Tway and Mickelson a shot back, and the rest of Woosnam, Haven, young Steve Stricker, Scott Verplank. All of these men must be looking with some zeal toward tomorrow's final round. Holberg with a hole-in-one today. And we'll return to Shinnecock in a moment. Now, the beauty abounds here on and around Long Island, Southampton, Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. And it's hard to believe that so long ago they designed this course with the winds in mind. And look what it did today to the stars, our former U.S. Open champions, Strange, Zeller, Watson, Kite, Crenshaw, and Faldo. And you learn a lot of respect in this sport, don't you? Roger Maltby.
Greg, by our stats, only 5 greens in regulation today, but I don't think that is necessarily a reflection of the quality of some of the shots you hit. I think that's how hard Shinnecock's playing.
I tell you what, Roger, it was brutal, absolutely brutal. I mean, I really had it's one of the few times in my career where I really had a hard time getting a grasp of it, and she just played tough. I mean, I didn't think I hit that many. I mean, I hit some poor shots, but not that many poor shots, but I was working so hard to get a score. But my God, well, she was an absolute pitch. She was.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen.
Around 67 yesterday, I would think in some ways you would get as much satisfaction out of hanging in there tough today as you did from those rounds.
Well, no question about it, Roger. You need days like today to win, and I did the right things. I made the right putts. I chipped great. You know, the game of golf is not only just driving the ball and hitting good iron play, but it's also chipping and putting. It's part of the game, and fortunately for today, I used the part of the game to help me get myself around, and you know, I've left myself with the chance to win in tomorrow, and you know, all things equal, the golf course is going to play just as tough tomorrow as it did today, so you've got to be prepared.
So you got that to look forward to.
Oh, I can't wait.
Back to Dick. Thank you, Dick.
All right, gentlemen, some days you celebrate and some days you commiserate, and this is the day you talk to your fellow player.
Well, today's the day to put yourself in position to win, and two guys are having a shot at a mulligan from 1986. That's Greg Norman, of course, and Bob Tway. They both had a shot at winning, and, of course, Ray Floyd did win, but they put themselves in position. Tom Lehman, of course, has come from out of nowhere, really, with his 67, and there could be somebody back in the pack with another 67 on the same kind of windy day tomorrow that's going to be as tough as nails, and who knows, he might come out of nowhere like I did and win this golf tournament.
And we'll be here tomorrow to share it with you. The final round of the U.S. Open Championship. A final look at those who will be battling for this coveted title tomorrow and a place in golf history. We'll be back with the final round coverage of the 95th United States Open Championship from Shinnecock Hills beginning at 12:30 Eastern. And a reminder, coming up in July, the championships of the United States Golf Association continue. The U.S. Senior Open July 1st and 2nd, and the Women's Open July 15th and 16th. It's all on NBC Sports. For our entire NBC broadcast team at Shinnecock Hills, I'm Dick Enberg. We'll see you tomorrow for the final round.